2, 1.
Hello and welcome everyone to Charmed Fantasy. I'm Charm and these are my amazing friends, the cast and crew for Sleepless in Drakkenheim, where we are about to jump in on some heavy, intense battle roleplay, all the good stuff. So welcome. I play Erasmus, formerly known as Saint Wraith, revealed to be Von Kessel. I'm an apothecary who transforms into a spirit muscle mommy and rips into the unclean and the unworthy, and it's awesome. I don't know what that says about me, but I'm having a blast. With that said, I'm going to pass it on, hot potato, to Laurie.
Also having a blast. Hey, I'm Laurie.
I wasn't calling you a hot potato, by the way.
I mean, dude, I've been called way worse, so I don't feel bad about that at all. And I don't know what that says about me. Can we edit that shit out? Hey, I'm Laurie. I play Ryan Deline. Ryan is a half-elf cosmic warlock, and she's learning about her powers, getting more and more all the time as we level up. Fortunately, learning from Fairies, who has been studying magic for a long time, learning what to do, and maybe learning also some cautionary tales as well. And Ryan is right now just looking forward to what might be next and ready for whatever we see, hanging out with these guys, making it happen. So these guys, Fairies, what up?
Hey, I'm Isaac. I'm Conflux Creatures and Better Monsters with my wife. I'm Conflux Art Dice, and I'm playing Phalles the Curious, like a devotion paladin who, is connected to the delirium, maybe a little bit more intimately than he had originally planned to be. Yeah, that's me.
That's putting
Well
it so
put.
lightly.
Well put.
That was short and sweet, perfect. And our amazing, exemplary, fantastic module master DM, Josh, a dumb man Henderson. Happy to have you. Let's do this.
Let's get it. Hey everybody, welcome back. We ended up on a little bit of a cliffhanger last time, which is glorious here in the Von Kessel Vault. It was awesome. In Sleepless in Drakkenheim, a little bit of a recap. The players fought their way through the catacombs beneath St. Vitruvio's Cathedral. They have come in the middle of the night to St. Vitruvio's Cathedral to try and cut the head off the snake, so to speak, by taking on the Lord of the Feast, which seems to be kind of the leader or organizer or strongman of this Garmir, kind of like a Knoll group that has been infesting this area of the inner city and taking control of Temple Gate. The Silver Order and the Hooded Lanterns have been leading a expedition to try and make a push for Temple Gate. They are starting their march essentially now. Obviously, it's maybe in an hour or two, but it will take them most of the day to arrive at the gate, which gives our heroes like 9 hours, maybe like 8 hours to figure out the rest of this stuff, figure out the fight that is definitely going to be brewing above them, and then make their way to Temple Gate. Temple Gate is about an hour from where you are. It's not like right next door. So you gotta factor in an hour to get there as the battle starts. Yeah, we're just gonna jump right in. So the last cliffhanger that we ended up on is you worked your way to what is known as the Von Kessel Vault. Whoa, that was weird. My monitor went totally black. That was strange. And the Von Kessel Vault had a hidden kind of chamber in it, which seems to have like familiar. Hold on, my monitor is getting really weird. Hold on one sec. Okay, sorry, I had to fix my monitor. We're back. Only took me a second. I think a wire was loose, so easy peasy. So they managed to kind of solve the puzzle to get into the Von Kessel Vault, and within there were like family records, lineage records, family trees, what seems to be the royal will, and then a glass case of blood vials that seem to be labeled with 5-6 generations of Von Kessels, at least kind of based off of the initial reading of it. And they all seem sealed. They're labeled. They're held in this vault. But much to Felice's credit and the forethought there, one of the best people to be in the room with you is in the room with you to corroborate your story should you choose to actually try and prove this, because Elias Drexel, Lord Commander of the Hooded Lanterns, is also with you on this adventure and has come into the Von Kessel Vault with you. And one of the ways that you can prove lineage, should you choose to, Erasmus Von Kessel, is you can touch one of these vials and it will glow, or read through the family tree or anything like the will. You have no idea what these things said. At the end of the last session, none of this was touched, none of this was read, none of this was looked into. But you are in the room with someone who is their character and truthfulness is unimpeachable by at least one faction in this city. So and that's where we're gonna start.
Why do I feel like George Clooney is gonna show up with like the cast of Ocean's 11? Because of how unlikely this all is. Yeah. It's too perfect. Yeah. But yeah, all right.
Erasmus, I do not know if this is the moment, but if there is one, it will be in the coming moments.
This is the moment. This has to be the moment.
I think so. I can't say that we were drawn here for a purpose, but we have to take advantage of this, of everything. And looking at Lord Commander,
Lord,
if you're comfortable.
My lord, I have been known by this the Silver Order as Ghost. As a child, too young to be a soldier and a survivor, too scared to do anything other than follow in the wake of the Silver Order themselves. I'm known as Erasmus, as I'm sure you've heard from my compatriots. I was raised to believe I was part of a small house known as Saint Wraith, thanks to the servants that my parents entrusted my care during the fall. Their names, Geraldo and Yen Dubois. They cared for me, but it was just recently that it has been revealed that I am Erasmus von Kessel, possibly heir to the throne of Drakkenheim, though I will be clear to you that I am not saying this because I am eager to embrace that without greater considerations. But I speak as truthfully as I know, and my intent is to at least make Drakkenheim what I believe the Hooded Lanterns want, which is no place for a child like myself to grow up without security and safety.
Lord Drexel, we have this on the word of Lenore von Kessel recently, which her mind may in fact simply be addled, but we can confirm or disconfirm this, I imagine, from the records we have found, through the records we have found here.
And also, Commander, know that you are now the fourth person who is aware of this. This information we have not shared with anyone. So understand the severity and the seriousness that we entrust you with this information.
And I think Elias takes a long kind of minute, as each of you are talking to him, he kind of regards each of you, but I think his his eyes land on Erasmus's for a good long minute, and you could see he's kind of weighing a couple things, and he kind of turns around, and not in like a he can't believe it kind of way, but kind of turns around and actually like slides open one of there's like partitions that hold the records, and he slides it open. He pulls one of the folders out, and turns around and hands it to you, Erasmus, and said, "Well, there are many before you who have claimed such a thing, Erasmus, and you must understand my hesitation. Quite frankly, your choice in keeping it between the three of you is more evidence than I think you give it credit for, of your lineage. Most people who would dare claim the throne of Von Kessel and the throne of Drakkenheim for themselves would do so eagerly, sooner, try and gather allies, try and retake the city, try and organize some type of power play. The fact that you have been moving through Drakkenheim in an attempt to what seems to be liberate it or maybe find your own wealth, but at least aiming towards good, is a very big swing in your direction. Now, one of the biggest things that we have to find is whether it's true or not. I have never heard the name Erasmus with the surname of Von Kessel, and I need to start with that. It is important that you know that I was a loyal member of the family. Like, I was the captain of the guard. So you need to understand that if I don't know who you are, that's a pretty big deal. But in this vault is the answers that we seek, I would imagine, unless for whatever reason, someone, Lenore Von Kessel lied to you. Maybe her brain was addled. Maybe she believed you to be someone else. It's really hard to say, but we will find hopefully the truth in here.
Lord Drexel, forgive me if propriety precludes you from answering this question, and please feel free not to. But was we there were some vagaries in what Lenore Von Kessel intimated to us, but from the bitterness in her voice, it did sound as though perhaps she were the Queen Consort were not Erasmus's trueborn mother.
And he takes another pause and kind of looks around, and then turns back to you, Phales, and goes, "Well, how much do you know about the Von Kessels? You've obviously spoken to Lenore. You found her after these many years, which was fantastic. But you said that you spoke to her. What did you learn from that? What do you know about the House of Von Kessel before the fall of Drakkenheim?"
Erasmus, do I have your leave to we know?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yes.
I know that the Queen Consort was not at all in favor in the Amethyst Academy. I know that she was a woman of some caprice and cruelty, but also a skilled political maneuverer who ultimately brought no great evil on this country through her public actions. I know that I know that the Von Kessels in general were widely beloved, and yet there was a great deal of conflict within the house. I do not know how they wielded the crown of Drakkenheim specifically, and the powers it grants.
I will say that with the The king was a good man. Let me rephrase. The king was a good king. And he was a just
Those are
king.
not quite the same thing.
And he was a decent man. And he was an okay husband. There was a strife between the king and the queen consort that was born, I think, out of malice and spite over their many long years that they had spent together. And I don't think that that could have been repaired. And I, in no uncertain terms, do not wish that upon myself or anyone that I know. It's a very difficult thing. To answer, I think, your unspoken question and your half-spoken question, I do not think that it is out of the realm of possibility that if you are of the Von Kessel bloodline, Erasmus, that you are of either of them, but not both of them, if that makes sense. And knowing the king as I did, I think that more so falls with him than it does with the queen consort. That is not a stretch for me to believe.
Such are the burdens of political marriage.
Indeed.
And that is consistent with what she had absolutely at least implied. But again, it was difficult to be certain because of her state. It was unclear whether are these actual recollections, does she really recognize him, or were there other things going on?
It's also possible that she was lying for her own purposes, but thankfully we have intact samples of the blood of the Von Kessels that can be verified, and even before verification, we have perhaps the most trustworthy person yet living to safeguard them.
Ryan's gonna
go for it.
Yeah, say Ryan's gonna go over and look at the blood vials.
Okay.
So did they have names written on them?
They do, yeah. So they are in. There's 7 of them total, and they're in like this, like little glass box that each of the vials kind of sits in individually. They're all sealed. They have some type of wax sealing on top of them for the stoppers. And then written on the vials is a name. And they all end in Von Kessel. And the one that the seal or the kind of the top seems less worn or less aged. So presumably the newest one says Ulrich IV. Of the House of Von Kessel on the written label.
And Ulrich the Fourth, was that would that have been
that was the king at the fall.
That was the king at the time. Okay.
That was the king, yeah.
Oh, okay. So none of the king's children are represented here.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
nor the queens.
Do I know whether do I know whether there are magics that can use a person's blood to influence or find them?
Go ahead and roll Arcana for me. And I think while you're doing that, what'd you roll?
25.
25. There are. You don't know that any exist in Drakkenheim. Let's put it that way.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm kind of imagining that, like, yes, this is the kind of thing that everyone is aware that divination magic can do in principle. We don't have spells that do that.
Yeah.
But there are powerful, magic is inherently an esoteric thing, or at least wizard magic is, where if you invent something, you don't tell people about it, at least for, you know, a couple hundred years,
Yeah.
because you want to be the only one who can do it.
Yeah.
So there's like some people out there who have done this, but there's not like a publicly known way of doing it.
Yeah, I think it's at this moment it's more of like a theory that sounds totally possible, which usually means that someone has done it.
Right.
But it's not like a regular thing, and so I think the fear of that being the case here is pretty small. It's not zero, right? Everything is possible, really, at this point. But I think the fear of that or the worry of that is pretty small here.
So it's the kind of thing where I can be confident that someone in the world can do this, but this isn't the kind of thing where I could go look up which guy knows how to do this.
100%. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And I think Elias, after handing you the documents, whether or not you choose to flip through them, he turns around again and he says, if there's one thing I know about, and he kind of takes this long pause, and you see that there's a reverence in what he's about to say next, and I think you realize that Elias was a lot closer to the king than it seemed. And goes, if there's one thing I know about Ulrich, he took so many notes. And turns around and grabs the will and says, whatever is in this will may not describe by name a particular person, but if you know anything about legal will writing, especially when it comes to descendancy of a patriarchal throne, there will be a space for non-official blood relatives to take the throne. That's the kind of stuff that Ulrich was very good at. And if you are indeed of his blood, then the line, that only direct, successor descendants will be, omitted in this will. If you are of the Queen Consort Lenore's bloodline, it will be in there because he wants to ensure that her bloodline doesn't take the throne. Does that make sense?
Do we have time to look through the books now?
I don't believe so. However,
take the books with us.
We may have time this evening.
Yeah, it's like what time did we end on last?
4:15 when we walked into this room, and we
haven't
like looked through.
Yeah, it's probably like 4:30, 4:45 now, give or take.
Okay.
With the consideration, the talking, the kind of moments of deliberation. So it's been about half an hour. So it's almost 5.
I regret this deeply, but I don't believe we have time for reading just now. However, we can make that time if we forge onwards. And I'm going to begin descending back into the hallway.
Here's an option. This information, the fact that we're here is amazing. We do have other things that we need to do. Would it be, and Commander, you're here, you're part of this. If we were to take the book with the will and the book with the lineage, take those with us so that we did have a chance to review them at a later time. Is that, what do we think about that call? I feel that there's, the fact that they're here, I feel like there's some reverence that they're due. At the same time, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen next or when we're going to be back. What if we took the books and maybe his blood?
And he ponders that for a long second. I think he goes, if your goal is to defeat the Lord of the Feast and recapture Templegate, if that's the goal of this, which I believe that it is, the Silver Order and my order, my faction, my Hooded Lanterns, believe, my X-Men, believe that is what we're attempting to do here, then it actually might be safer to keep them in the vault because they've been here, clearly, for however long, and they seem untouched. They seem undamaged. They seem untouched.
Do we trust that we have not disrupted whatever seals have prevented them from descending?
No, this is a very, non-magical heavy space that we're in. The only magic that I know of, I mean, obviously there could be a myriad of things that I'm not magical. I don't know. But from my understanding, the only thing that is present here is on the seals themselves. That's what I've been told as the captain of the guard. I mean, it's entirely possible that there's some level of magic here that I just don't understand. But the Academy has never mentioned that they have found these records. The Academy has never mentioned that they are even interested in these records. So
I suppose it comes down to which we think is more likely, that you will die with these in your possession today, or that our doings down here have disrupted some seal that will allow the Garmir to descend. Personally, deferring to your judgment, I prefer to put my faith in you.
I think he looks at you, Thales, and then he looks at Erasmus and goes, I think you have a choice now, Erasmus. I am in this fight for the Hooded Lanterns. I am in this fight against the Lord of the Feast and for Templegate for the Hooded Lanterns. And he kind of gestures to the blood, if you can prove right now that you are of Ulrich's bloodline, that changes to a fight for you and not to a fight for the Hooded Lanterns alone. But if you wear that mantle, it is a very heavy mantle indeed. I will not tell until you tell. But it is not a small matter. And I'm still in this fight with you, but you need to understand that it changes if you pick that blood vial.
I want to at least show you and know myself the truth, so we leave here without having lost another chance should anything go wrong.
Okay. And kind of steps to the side and kind of just gives you a clear path to the blood vials.
All right, I go up, not knowing, just as I know, like, very the innocence of a curious child who's just now learned the name of his father, and just kind of goes and reaches out to just touch the name on the bottle, with some unusual sentimentality.
Yeah. So the vials themselves, once you open the little glass container, you kind of like take the top off and look at all of them and clink as you kind of take the top off of it. You see that each of the stoppers are sealed with a wax. They each have like celestial runes carved on the top of them in the wax. The name of the Von Kessels are all kind of laid out there before. You knew the king's name. Ulrich is definitely the king's name. It was the king of Drakkenheim. Everyone kind of knows the name.
Right.
But as you kind of touch the vial, I think there's this moment right before you actually touch the label where it starts to click a little bit more. The name takes on a different angle, right? It takes a more familial angle. It takes a more personal angle. It becomes more important, right? I think to someone who grew up with a certain family but never quite fit in,
right.
The true name of your father is a very heavy thing to consider. And as you touch the vial, it has like a light glow to it that springs forth from the blood. And Elias immediately pulls his sword out and kneels down and goes, Erasmus von Kessel, you have my sword and you have my life.
I say, stand tall, Lord.
He kind of stands and he sheathes his sword again and he says, until you mention this. And I think the weight of this is important to note, because the blood in the vial is not a mixture of the king and the queen's blood. It's just the king's blood.
Right.
Which means that you are of the bloodline that if you had remained, like, Drakkenheim hadn't fallen, any of that, obviously you were not first in line, but considering everything that had fallen to pieces, it's very possible that you were the only actual bloodline relative of Ulrich von Kessel left alive. And at this moment, you are the only living blood relative of Ulrich von Kessel that anyone else around you knows about.
Wow.
And he goes, the mantle that you wear is a very heavy one. Should you choose not to sit the throne, I will understand.
Well, let's just see if we survive this day, and then we'll see what's heavy after they're killing the Gormia responsible for besieging these lands and hurting. And I look over to my friends to hurting those who have deserved better. There's monsters. They need to be slain. Let's go and not keep them waiting.
Good.
Oh, thank goodness. I was half certain your claim was nonsense.
Right. Right. And and you know what? You're still Ghost. You're still the one who's been out here doing this with us. We're gonna keep doing what we do.
Kneel, peasants! No,
Yeah, right. And we'll, you know what? We'll figure out the rest of this. But we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. And right now, we're part of a team that's gonna kill that bastard up there and secure the gate.
And I
Watch out, Erasmus. She's got a taste for royalty right now.
I put my hand out, like putting it in. All right,
We got this.
we got this.
Bailey's is going to kind of awkwardly reach in and like, am I supposed to grab all of the hands or like, and he's just gonna kind of go in and out for a second, until he's just going to awkwardly grasp both of your hands together.
Perfect. All right. So what's next? Shall we? Let's go up and get ready for the. Let's go up and get ready for Lord of the Feast.
Well, we do have that final room we've been working on opening. I have to know what's in there. We have like an hour before dawn.
Boy, I could use that hour
Maybe-
to
maybe
rest.
You
Okay.
could, or we could look.
We could do both.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's get through there as quickly as possible. And while we're doing it, I'm taking it easy
Mhm.
while we're walking through these. I'm just taking it easy, hoping for a rest. That'll never happen.
No, you won't. No,
Um,
it's a slog. You're in it.
We if we're very efficient with our time, we might get one after we murder this foe of yours.
Understand? Now, our murdering him is part of the plan at the gate.
We can hope. In the ideal case, that will be helpful to the plan at the gate. In the less than ideal case, we will simply have weakened ourselves for the battle to come.
But, if you were to survive the fight, you've knocked out a really powerful foe in the area, which is a big deal, right? You may not win the battle from that, but it's a very big deal.
We don't know whether he would have joined that battle. We don't know what the Garmir's battle plans are. That he might be a linchpin of that. It is not unreasonable to think.
Right.
Absolutely.
It is also we are presupposing much. We could be entirely wrong about everything, but that's the
That's true.
exciting thing. Yeah,
Let's if we're gonna do it, if we're gonna go, let's go. We know we're gonna come back here because we're coming back to this room.
Bailey's gonna shift the statues back to reflect the final beam to that last room.
Okay.
Let's move as quickly as possible.
Great. And I think you see, as you're moving through this room, the Lord Commander is not distracted, but like considering now that a lot has shifted in his worldview. And so I think he's still very much present, but he's like, how do I now move through the world knowing that like I've completed my goal of like I have found a Von Castle to sit the throne. Now how do I get the throne? Right? Like how do I get the throne to put the guy in the seat? Like how do I do that? You know, it's a lot of cogs turning in his head. Right? He's just kind of walking being like, yeah, good idea. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'm gonna see. I think I see a little bit of his excitement. And I'm gonna like sidle over at one point and just. I will remind you that your own survival is nearly as paramount as Erasmus's if your goal is to see him ascend to the throne.
And he kind of breaks out of his reverence and looks at you and goes, I agree. And then there's a long pause.
I don't know you well enough to know whether the thrill of this moment might. There is a type of person who throws their life away when they become suitably enthusiastic, and I don't know you. I just want to check.
That's entirely fair. Well,
Amazing.
Let's get through surviving this ordeal, and then we can get to know each other better, so that you believe that I am definitely 50-50 on whether or not I would throw my life away in these moments, which is definitely who I am. And then it kind of helps like swing the mirror in like one, you know, like with the last thing, just.
I think Erasmus will hear that and just say, if Ulrich, if my father, all these like, what noun is happening in my head? If he had given you a command to preserve your life as well as my own, would that make any difference?
And I think he moves the last mirror to kind of point the beam towards the tomb of Saint Vitruvio as it shines down the hallway. He goes, that was the last thing that your father ever said to me, was to preserve myself in order to seat the throne again with the Von Kessel.
Well, I'm telling you to do that now.
Well, after you, from my understanding, there are no more Von Kessels. And he kind of settles his hand on his sword. He just kind of goes, shall we?
Yep.
And so you start
I say
the
poignantly to that one kind of thing he said, I said, let's make sure you live long enough to change that, to see that changed.
All right.
Right. Where is my map? Okay. Where are my dragons? Okay. So you make your way back to the Tomb of Saint Vitruvio, which again had the statue of Saint Vitruvio embedded with his bones in certain places, with two lenses in the hands that the light is now coming towards, and then going out the eyes. I will say, with all of the maneuvering that you had to do with all the lights, because remember it was both sides of this dungeon. It took about an hour to set everything up and get everything situated. It took about an hour to get all of that done.
I think there were a total of 2 statues that were out of place in order to deflect the light up into that upper area.
Yes, but they were on both sides, and you had to reflect both light down and into the bottom chamber. So you had to, no matter what, walk all the way around the whole thing. Okay. If that makes sense, like it's less about like actually moving the stuff, and it's more so you have to kind of like walk everywhere.
Mm-hmm. So it's like 5:45.
We'll put about 5:30.
Okay.
But the statue is moved. The light is coming out of the eyes very brilliantly, and is pointed directly at the shield. And now, in the light of the illumination of this statue and these beams of light, you see that the shield has a, what was it?
This was the golden shield, right?
Yes, it has one figure on it that looks like Saint Vitruvio. It's got like the same kind of armor and shield going on, but but it's riding a large dragon. And as you kind of set up everything and you see the light reflect on the shield, the wall kind of moves back far enough that there is now a spiral staircase that goes down behind it.
Whoa.
I think Bailey's is a little bit time blind, so he just knows it's been a long time, and he's in a little bit of a state of panic, and so he's rushing down the stairs.
Okay.
All
So
right.
what's up?
Following.
everyone's going down?
following-
Okay.
Following in great haste.
And I'm looking at Commander. I'm like, this is what we do.
So
This is what-
you rush down there, and the first thing that you notice is the smell. It smells like sulfur or like trapped gas. And it's an interesting smell as you go down because it starts to get warmer and warmer and warmer, but not in like a humid way, not in like a hot way, right? So it's starting to like really stink, and then also it's like really humid. And you get down there and you enter this large underground chamber. And I actually really want to read the description on this one.
Oh, please do.
I like their descriptions.
The spiral staircase descends down a wide stone chimney into the earth and eventually opens into a great natural cavern. Suffocating sulfurous-smelling vapors saturate the chamber. Resting in a pool of bubbling oil are the ancient remains of a colossal dragon. Great golden plates of its armored scales still cling to its hulking skeletal remains, though the rest of its flesh has long since decomposed. And before the kind of large pool, there is an inscription that is buried like right in the ground, right at the front of it.
Now, certainly reanimating a dragon is beyond the reach of necromantic feats achievable by modern mages. That seems preposterous. So I'm not worried about that. So I'm gonna run up and read the inscription, and I'm gonna do it out loud.
All right. Okay. You can also roll Arcana as you're running up to it if you want to actually
I would
know.
love to. I would love to. It's an 18.
An 18. It's definitely possible. You could definitely do that. That's absolutely a thing that you can do. And speaking of,
Don't
the
tell me
inscription
that.
reads, "This was my brother in battle, Argonath. Let none disturb his deserved rest, unless great darkness engulfs Drakkenheim at the end of days."
Done.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
know,
looking
I-
at Phales. I'm like,
yeah.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
I think yeah. I think we're in range on darkness having descended upon Drakkenheim. I think we're good. Right?
I can't. Look, we've been out here. I can't imagine that there's a much worse scenario. As we're obviously very focused on this. As we take a look around, what else is in this room?
Nothing. Zip.
Is there exit out of this room, or it's boom? This is it. Okay, this is it. Like it's not enough.
Yeah.
Um,
which means this thing's got to go out somewhere. If it's coming up, it's coming out somewhere.
Does this skeletal creature? Do I detect any anything to suggest? It's like a skeletal dragon in sort of a pool of oil or like tar.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. It just says resting in a pool of bubbling oil.
Okay.
So yeah.
Bubbling.
and
Oh.
the scales scales are still there.
Is it close enough to that pool that I could reach out and touch it? Could I could I attempt to determine whether it is
Magic.
yeah whether it is imbued with any particular magic beyond that innate to its species? Because it's probably gonna read as sort of magical no matter what.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're asking for. So what do you?
I'm
what
trying
are
to
you
figure out whether this is already undead or whether the
I see.
plaque
Okay.
is saying, please don't make my buddy into a Draco Lich unless you've got a really good reason to.
Got it.
Or,
Oh, I see what
or,
you're saying, I see what
or
you're saying.
conversely, whether it's saying, look, I made my buddy into a Draco Lich. He's very sleepy. Please don't wake him up. He'll be mad.
Okay, well,
Right.
let's go ahead and roll. Let's say Arcana. There, it does seem like there is a, like where one of the wings has like laying down. It looks like there is a piece that you can like reach out and touch the scales of, should you need to touch it.
That's a 21 Arcana.
21 Arcana. I would honestly say kind of all three. Like, it's not alive right now, right?
Okay,
It's not a Draco Lich
there's some
now.
kind of dormant magic here.
Well, it's not necessarily that, but it's more so. This is an ancient gold dragon. Right?
Yeah.
There is no universe where an 18-year-old, a 101 professor, and an eater of Drakkenheim monsters is going to be able to command an ancient gold dragon. There's no universe where that happens.
Wasn't
But
expecting that.
you know who did do that? Was the guy who has a whole bunch of relics that are kind of scattered about Drakkenheim. Right? So, like, that's a possibility. You
Right.
also
So
definitely can resurrect it.
Were I going to gate access to summoning my dead buddy, and I wanted to make it as inconvenient as possible, I'd probably, either have one or two of my relics combined to do the thing, or all of them.
Or it could literally be that, because dragons are really intelligent, that Argonath just won't care. He's like, listen, you're not my dude, right? Like, you're not my best friend. I'm not gonna hang out with you. I don't care. I'm sleepy tie. I'm just gonna hang out here, right? Like, there's a whole myriad of things that could happen. But the
best
reality,
case scenario that I was imagining right now was not he wakes up and says, "Oh, do you want me to do you like a big favor?" Like my best case scenario that I imagine is that he wakes up and tells me to go away. Like that was my dream scenario. But it does make sense that were I him, I wouldn't want to wake up at all unless somebody at least had these artifacts to benefit.
But remember, it's also, Saint Vitruvio and Argonath, they were good friends. They fought for, justice and truth and peace, and all of that. And so if Saint Vitruvio puts an inscription down of where his body, his buddy's body lies, and says, hey, don't wake this guy up. Like, it's possible to wake him up, but don't wake him up unless you really, really, really need him. The chance of Argonath waking up is going to be like, hey, clearly you woke me up for a reason, but like, I don't trust you enough because you don't have my guy's stuff and you're not my guy. Right.
I imagine having the guy's stuff might wake him up and get him to listen. But yeah, solid chance he's gonna be like, "Where'd you get that stuff?" Like,
yeah, exactly. But you also know that resurrecting something is expensive but not impossible. And quite frankly, if you know the magic, not even very difficult. It's just expensive, right? You need to know how to do it, and then it costs a diamond a soul. Well, when you have an ancient gold dragon that has lived forever, it costs a pretty hefty cost, right? The cost is exponentially higher because the soul is exponentially more powerful. So
that's excellent.
It is possible.
Now, how exponential are we talking? Could I get like an order of magnitude? Maybe like, as I'm not thinking of, we gotta save up enough to resurrect this dragon. I just want to know, who do we have to worry about having enough wealth to potentially summon a dragon?
I'll give you a hint, because this is actually, you aren't in an area that you would know these yet. I literally have 2 named items that are possible that you can use. So no amount of wealth will get you to this. You need to have one of these 2 items in order to successfully do this.
I love that. And at this point, now I'm assuming by named items you mean something like, like the Hope Diamond, right? Like this is gonna be a diamond that everybody knows about because it's famous, because it's the biggest one ever.
Yep.
Are those currently in possession of anyone we might need to be worried about?
You don't know, because you don't know. Let me put it a different way. You don't know that there's only 2 items that work for this.
Bailey's tracks who owns the biggest diamond.
Yeah.
I don't think that's of interest to him at all.
I think it comes back to what oh my god, what was his name? The Malfeasant wizard. I'm totally
Oscar.
spacing it.
Oscar
Yorn.
Oscar Yorn. What Oscar Yorn says is the bigger the piece of delirium, the more powerful it is. Kind of the same thing. Like, there is very specific items that hold a lot of power. You don't know what those are, but that rings true, I think, in your mind. Of like, in order to, if I were to choose to do this, right? If I were to resurrect this thing, there is a very specific thing I'm gonna need, and I don't know what that thing is yet because I've never encountered, I've never heard of it, I have no idea. But I have a feeling I'm gonna know it when I find it, right? Like, it's gonna be so important that I'm gonna find it and go, oh my god, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the vibe. That's kind of what you're thinking.
That will help Bailey sleep slightly easier at night.
This is I've never seen anything. This is remarkable. Is this something we come back to?
I think so. I'm really curious what's at the bottom of this oil pool, but I'm not.
It doesn't look that deep. If that helps, it doesn't look that deep.
Oh, okay.
It looks like he died in the pool, but not because of the pool.
Okay. Okay, so that's better than what I imagined, which was just that like he had so much flesh that it kind of like sloughed off and turned into a slurry.
Yeah.
That's what I imagined.
I mean, that's possible too, but it's also not.
That,
you're not.
I hate that
it's not thick. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like a.
Okay.
It's not like a pool. It's like a puddle. It's like, but it's big because he's a big dragon.
Yeah. Okay. I'm I want to touch a dragon, but no, I'm gonna wait. Okay, so we're gonna. I think we're on a schedule. It's amazing what we found here. Let's snatch a couple of these shields on our way out and huck them up into the into like the kind of ceiling chamber, just to make it slightly more inconvenient for anyone who stumbles down here to call a dragon to ruin Drakkenheim.
I will. Two things. Absolutely, totally fine. Super easy peasy. There is one more room that you didn't go in.
Oh.
It was in the library.
Was that the last T intersection? The last.
It was in the library. Remember, it had the kind of. It had the two lenses in it. It is also 6 a.m.
It is 6 a.m. So, like full dawn at this point. We don't know if the Lord of the Freaks arrives back at dawn or if he starts heading back at dawn. But one of those two.
It was around. I think that we had thought that it was around 7.
Yeah,
if he's on our schedule.
I think we can't look right now. I think it's not important enough to risk losing our ability, losing whatever chance we have left at
catching him,
preparing something. Yeah. So I think we're just rushing up as fast as we can.
Okay. All right. Well, that puts us back in the cathedral, and about the time of, let's say, 6:15.
Okay.
Okay. So, what is the current game plan? It is 6:15, day of attack. Right. You are now moving up into the main floor of the cathedral, which again is massive. But there are also a considerable number of creatures supposedly still here, unless they had left. There was a bunch of creatures kind of still here. What is the game plan that you are using to walk into this space? Are you bursting in and just being like, well, we got to kill all you and then we're going to set up a trap? Or are you just going to rush in, kind of see what's going on, or just peek in?
We've got a closed door that we don't know. Like, no matter what we do to be stealthy, there's a chance that when we open that door, immediately someone will notice.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense for us to just burst in, hope that the Lord of the Feast is not yet in this room, and then as quickly as possible try to silence the people in here. If they manage to call for help, I think, I don't know.
We just get the hell out if we can.
I think maybe we flee if we either flee or we try to. Because if we barricade it, then the Lord of the Feast won't be able to get in here either.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, if we cannot.
Is this a room
We,
that has
we
a
could
lot of
try.
windows?
We could try to. No. It's there's
No
no ground.
windows.
There's no ground level windows.
Okay.
And there's one major entrance that we were able to find. So like this is a great place. We also could wait for the Lord of the Feast to arrive, accept that we're going to fight him with those allies, and then we have a little bit more control over the situation at the cost of accepting a worse situation to start with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the way.
I've got zero experience planning these things.
Okay.
I just go in and start shooting things usually.
In that case, we might be able to use a little more finesse. So if we were to open the door, we might be able to lure a curious Garmir into this hallway. If perhaps there's some reason why they were unable to open the door before, and then we might be able to set things off on a good note there, and maybe sneak around and block the exits so that we don't have to worry about escapees or new entrants.
Like that. As we look around here out in the hall, are there places to take cover?
Well, we're still in the.
You're still in the you're still in the catacombs.
Because if we open the door, that might be the fight right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some people. When we came in, there were some people right on the other side of the door.
Okay. All right.
In that case,
learning to hide when we need to.
Since we are waiting, we want to take a short rest down here. I don't. Laurie, Ryan, you said that you could benefit from some rest. Yes.
If I'm able to rest, I feel like I can get enough strength back to maybe cast one more spell.
Okay.
So to be able to cast 2 as opposed to 1, and also it would give me an opportunity to heal some.
I think we're gonna take a short rest.
I mean, if we have time, yes. But
I think we are waiting right now, anyways. If we are waiting, let us take the time that we have made for ourselves through our haste, and make good use of it.
I'm up for it.
Cool. So I'm gonna do some arcane recovery.
Okay, so we're going full hour. Yeah, we're going short rest time. Okay, so that puts
full
us
hour.
at 6:30.
That's fantastic hit points. Holy crap!
I'm gonna cast 2 spells.
Wait, sorry. What time did you say it was?
6:30.
Okay. I think the last you said was 6:15. So
6:15. 6:15.
You want to 7:15 then? After the rest, provided we finish the rest.
Yeah, provided we finish the rest.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
I was like, wait. Yeah. No, you're right. Okay. So
Cool.
7:15 is where we're at. So I think it's safe to say, obviously you are underground, so you don't actually know directly what time it is. But I think your internal clocks are like, it seems about morning. The safe assumption is that the march to the gate has started.
Yes. Sometime in the last
sometime hour. Yeah, exactly. In the last half an hour, give or take. A whole column of Silver Order and Hooded Lanterns people are starting to converge on Temple Gate.
So we're still about 8 hours away from the time of everyone converging on the gate?
Let me measure it so that I actually
8 hours
give you a
from when they
correct
left,
time.
and they said they were going to leave at dawn. But there's some fuzziness there as to when dawn is, when they think dawn is, and when they can actually get on the move with that many people.
Now, time's a weird soup. Everything's an ish.
They might have left 2 hours ago, or they might be leaving now.
Let's say 7 hours, based off of this. I just did a measurement here, a rough estimate, but let's say it's about 7 hours from now. So that'll put it 2 p.m.
Okay.
2 p.m. is when the fight will take place.
All right. So we're resting, kind of going over some things. saddle up and share with the commander while we're resting. I, understand that we're absolutely committed to doing everything we can to ensure success of taking the gate. We have personal interests here, but we understand the importance of, I don't know, I guess reclaiming the city might seem a little dramatic, but we understand what's at stake. And we're part of this.
And he's sharpening his sword, and he goes, "Good. Then you are in a good position to defend Drakkenheim."
I'm gonna drink that last aqua delirium.
Okay.
All right. It's 3 spell levels.
Magical. Literally.
Did anyone need healing after the short rest?
Oh, I used hit dice.
Okay. Because looks like I can't cast any spells that will last. They like the some of them can't, like, all the ones that last 8 hours I've already cast, and all the other ones are like 1 hour, and I'm like, well, if I cast at the beginning of the short rest, it'll be done at the end of the short rest when I get the spell slots back. So, in that case, let's see.
All right. So our plan simply is
Kill.
do what we do. It's do what we do. It's we go in and we take out anything that's in our way and take care of each other. I can't even count the number of times that I've been out and you guys have saved me. So we take care of each other.
Yes. Okay. There's also an outside possibility that we've been detected and there's an ambush waiting for us. Is it all right if I open the door and take a look?
Why you?
I have some magics that will allow me to evade most forms of prepared death.
Okay.
Yeah, like.
But yes, stay close. And Pheles is going to crack the door open and peek out.
Okay.
Death.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a new character from you guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
You want a stealth check?
I'm torn between sleight of hand and stealth. Let's do. Give me a sleight of hand check, and then based on that, we'll determine how your stealth roll goes.
Very good. Okay, that is a 14 plus 2, a 16.
A 16. Okay. Cool. So yeah, you can go ahead and roll stealth then.
All right. I have advantage and disadvantage from the cloak and the armor, so straight roll. 19 plus 2.
Nice. 21. Great. Yeah, so you managed to not completely kind of trip over yourself and knock the door open. Not as quiet as you would want, but pretty quiet. And I
imagine
seems...
some of that's just luck of like, is anyone looking right now?
And that's the biggest thing. That's kind of why I had you roll both, is because your luck is determined on how much sound you make, but also it's a pretty big chamber, and there's a lot of stuff happening in this chamber. So
this is not a particularly interesting door. This is a door they never open.
Exactly right. And so you managed to get it open and take a look. And what you see, I will say, does not encourage you. What particularly are you looking for? Just anything?
So I want to I want to see how many figures are visible in this room. And now we're looking at I'm looking at kind of the back of the Lord of the Feast's throne, right? Does there appear to be anything any the edges of a figure visible sitting in it?
Let me hold on a second. I'm doing stuff here. If you must know what I'm doing, I'm adding things to the initiative list because of what time it is. Yes, there is a figure sitting in the chair, a large hulking figure. You only see the back of them. What I think is the discouraging portion of that, because that is, I think, kind of an expected thing, right?
Yeah.
It's very clearly daybreak.
Did his buddies come back here with him?
There's about maybe 2.5 dozen moving creatures in this space. There's almost a dozen dogs moving around, and there's about a dozen, give or take, of Garmir moving around, which is probably double from what you saw last time. There is also what looks to be a weird amalgamation of a holy man, but it's obviously a Garmir, right? It's
Right.
it's a
different from the priest that we saw earlier.
It was the same. It's the same one.
Oh, but is he dressed up now?
Yeah, very, very official, and actually is carrying what seems to be some type of like ornament around his neck now that seems to have almost like an ever-burning flame within it, or at least a flame in it.
But okay, so the plan is we just need to kill the Lord of the Feast, right? We don't need to do anything else. What do y'all think about the plan being now the figure that like in the throne? Do they appear to be roughly human scale?
No, this is like a 12-foot tall creature.
Excellent.
This is a massive creature.
Okay. What do y'all like? I'm gonna just. Okay, so what if the plan is we grab the Lord of the Feast and drag him down here, and see they appear to be unable to pass this door, or at least unwilling for some reason, or at least we could close this door and barricade it while we fight him.
All right, so
and then we're going to have to deal with the fact that right on the other side of the door there will be a lot of people waiting for us to kill us when we open it back up again.
the one problem I have with this plan is how the hell are we gonna drag that guy here?
I have the utmost faith in you.
Wait a minute.
No.
How? I'm a little confused. How do we get him and drag him out while he's surrounded by all of that?
I will obscure vision, and Erasmus will call upon the strength of his saint, and I'm sure that will go fine and nothing bad will happen. You don't think you can grab him?
I don't think I can grab him. He's looks real strong. Like I should say this. Maybe she can grab him. Maybe not.
Okay.
We should just.
Now, if you are willing to forego stealth, and simply rely upon surprise, I can endow you with a great deal of strength and durability.
I like the idea of both of these ideas. I don't know what's possible. So we're really good in mist, and we're really good in darkness, and we're really good like that. I don't think these guys can do what we do, right?
Right. No, I was suggesting I would shroud us to sow confusion.
Right.
Yeah.
So if he's sitting down in a chair, this is what I want to do. I want to summon the saint and have her basically step on his balls with all her weight, holding him in the chair in a seated position, and then punch him in the face with spirit claws repeatedly.
Well, if we're confident that won't be difficult, then do you think you can do that in about 6 seconds before the 20 to 30 Garmir fill you with arrows?
Whoa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let me check with the saint.
Can you
Hey,
take?
DM.
Can you take 20 to 30?
Does this
arrows?
guy look like a chump?
Yeah, does this 12-foot tall boss look like a chump?
I'm trying to explain to Phales is like, I'm gonna do that regardless of the plan, but I want the cover of mist, darkness, or whatever veil you can give, while I've got my foot planted down on this dude's junk and punching him, fist to face, head to chair, like a ping pong.
What's the distance from the door to his chair?
I have measurements. Let me find out. About 60 feet.
Okay, so
right.
here's one option as well.
Mhm.
Um, I'd like nothing more than to barbecue that bastard. From here, I think I can surround him with a wall of fire. Would that benefit us?
Enormously.
Yeah. Turn it into a cage fight.
And
Yes, so
I
if
can
we
do
could
that.
get in there and
Mhm.
then you do that to block out like others who might come to his aid, uh that's
When
yeah.
you saw, were there many of them that that were closely surrounding him? Because if I can encircle not just him, but get others as well, why not, right? More the merrier.
Mm.
Were there some close to him where he was sitting?
DM, what was the kind of arrangement of figures in here? Were they just kind of milling around, or were they engaged in some specific task?
So 50, well, I'd probably say 75, 25. There's a large grouping of them kind of in front of the throne, so to speak. It looks like they had just come back from a hunt. So you couldn't see what they were eating, probably for the better. But there was quite a few up front, in front of the throne, including Lord of the Feast in the throne. There were a couple hounds kind of milling about, a couple sleeping next to kind of the bonfire, and then the like priest-looking one was seemed to be kind of milling about, like lighting candles and kind of like taking care of like smaller duties, but that could have just been what they were doing in the moment. But it seemed as though there was a large contingent that was kind of resting around the kind of feet of the throne, so to speak.
Were there many kind of back near where we are? At the rear of the
very few. There were a couple, but not a lot. Maybe I'd probably say about 4, and a hound back there. Like a small contingent of people just kind of chatting, hanging out, kind of milling about.
So another option would be you, since they appear to be kind of heavily on the far side of the cathedral, you could sculpt the wall of flame to gate off everyone past the Lord of the Feast, or we could well, that would rely on some luck, but we could attempt to lure him over here, put up the wall of flame behind him.
Erasmus, did I answer your question from earlier? I feel like I didn't get a chance to fully answer. Did I answer the question that you were curious about, of like holding him down kind of thing? I don't remember what the actual question was, and I just wanted to make sure it was talked about.
Fuck, I already forgot.
I think it was whether or not she would be able to, whether she'd be strong enough. How big is he compared to what you can,
this guy?
What you can spirit handle?
So I will say that I don't think I've said it at all during this campaign, so I'm going to say it now. I'm going to follow it up with something. Because I'm saying you are more than welcome to try. And I'm going to follow that sentence with, if you have been listening up to this point, I am going to trigger warning character death after this. Because this is going to be spicy.
Yeah.
So just as a heads up, as a thing, not at the top of the episode, but because we're going into it, I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there.
Very good.
And let's take a quick break. We'll come back, and we'll party.
See what we figure out.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. All right, we'll be back soon.
Absolutely.
Everybody, we're back. We're mid-conversation of strategy. I wanted to get us back in here. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue.
Getting our death march together. Okay, so
does that sound like something we want to do?
Yes.
Okay. Say it again.
Okay, so I think the best plan that we have available to us is the bad plan of I cast Fog Cloud, and we do our pre-battle prep. We rush in the moment of confusion to surround the Lord of the Feast. We direct everything that we can at him as fast as possible. I don't think there's any sense in trying to even limit the amount, in trying to do any kind of crowd control. There are too many enemies for this. We need to shorten our clock as much as possible. We need him dead as fast as he can be dead, and then we need to be gone as fast as we can be gone. I can help us get gone if I'm still alive at that point. But
I've got.
this is a difficult procedure.
Okay. Out of game. Well, I guess it's out of game now. Out of game. DM. I've got.
With
Augur.
a bunch of coconuts.
I've got augury.
Yes.
So, you don't got to do augury.
Okay.
You know the answer.
We know the answer.
Okay, so I think also we should codify in
Okay.
advance. Under what conditions do we flee? We should all agree on this now before
If any
we walk
one of
into
us
that room.
drops.
If any one of us drops, well, that will happen. We could just flee now.
No, when one of us.
Well, that will happen before we kill the Lord of the Feast.
You think so?
Yes. I think
okay.
when Ryan drops,
Yeah.
Keep in mind-
I can only take.
or when Ryan or I drop, I can bring people back up.
All right.
Well, no, if Ryan drops, I can bring her back up. If Erasmus drops or I drop,
Guaranteed.
those are
If I drop,
linchpin-
we are so fucked.
Yeah, those.
'Cause that's a lot.
If you drop, if I drop, or just if Fog Cloud drops, I think those are all failure states.
Okay.
In which case we need to flee.
Okay, I've got venomous aura, which
Uh-huh.
means everyone who starts their turn within 10 feet of me is poisoned.
Okay, so we can't be starting our turn within 10 feet of you.
No.
Okay.
So,
Is that a
if
roll,
you're-
or is it just like de facto?
It's just
like,
straight up.
That's wild.
Wait, no
That's
save
really
poison?
crazy.
It's everyone, allies and enemies, no save poison. Let me pull it up. It's make sure. 'cause
Is
I
that
wanna be
just all
talking-
the time when you've got your thing on?
No, it's a spell that I can cast that's not concentration, so I can use it.
That's
Oh.
wild. That's really
That's incredible.
Good. That's fantastic.
It's
Okay.
3rd level, venomous aura. It reads 1 minute duration, self, 10-foot radius. You emit a
Well-
baleful aura which disorients creatures who approach you, and a creature that starts their turn within 10 feet of you are poisoned until the start of their next turn.
Oh, well, I will stay close to you then, because I can manage under those conditions.
But you don't need to make attack rolls.
If I'm making attack rolls, something has gone so terribly wrong, we should just be running.
Okay,
Uh,
I figured. So you stay close to me. Ryan
Well,
stays 15.
Not too close. Well, and
Yeah.
if Drexel goes down,
if
grab
Drex-
him
if
and
Drexel
go.
goes down, I can get him back up.
Mhm.
And that venomous aura may give us some additional cover. In which case, it might be worth me getting Fog Cloud back up if it goes down. But this is where we're at.
Okay. And I'm not dropping Wall of Fire. I'm essentially coming in and just Eldritch Blasting, and then I've got one
Okay.
Delirium Blast does some solid damage.
Do
And if
you
things
have
go
any
absolute-
spells that you can concentrate on?
Yeah.
That are like you could just cast it like that's valid
Wall
in
of Fire.
battle. Well, besides that one.
Moonbeam, Spirit Guardians.
I would not bother with Spirit
Hypnotic
Guardians.
Pattern.
Spirit Guardians is solid.
With how dense enemies are going to be and how
You should upcast the shit out of that. Yeah.
the way
about-
well yeah Spirit Guardians actually might be very good, not necessarily for the damage but for the difficult terrain.
Yeah.
And
Psychological effect, I'm sure.
Hypnotic Pattern.
too many enemies. You get like 15, 20 of them, and then another one hits you and you lose
It's
concentration.
not worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I honestly wouldn't even bother with concentration spells, even though they might be very helpful, because you will lose concentration.
But what else could if you have one turn to prep?
I'm
what-
Eldritch. I'm
Oh
Eldritch
right,
Blasting.
I guess you could prep that. Yeah. never
Right, I'm
mind.
saying we have one turn to prep, which is Spirit.
Okay,
Guardians.
we are going to use our free moment just to close the distance, though.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, we can make them close the distance, so we can be firing as we approach.
Yeah.
But we are going to have limited ability to hit them until they move.
Okay.
Okay.
Holy shit. Wait a minute. I
Yeah?
just thought of something.
Yeah.
How big is the chair he's sitting in?
It's pretty big. It can hold a large creature.
Throne?
Yeah.
I can animate objects, the chair, and bring it to us.
Oh my god. That would be incredible.
Right?
Okay, what do we think about the grappled plan?
I love this now.
Like,
that
if
we
we're
can
dragging
bring
him here, okay, so not necessarily the plan, but if we can bring him here, dragging him closer as he goes, and like that is the initiation of the fight,
Right.
and we can ensure that he makes it here before his allies do.
Right, and
then-
he'll be poisoned because I'll meet him halfway.
Well, no. Make him use his turn to get to us. So if he's gonna rush over here, then and get ahead of his allies, and we get the opportunity, we should absolutely grab him, drag him into here,
Yeah.
and then slam the door, and then we have like a nice little cage match. Also, if he runs away, we run away, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think he will. It seems out of character for the guy who left that fun graffiti. But if he runs away, we run away.
How narrow is this passageway? Because if she walls of fire,
It's gonna be. Well, we're just gonna close the door.
no, but imagine we have like a choke point where if he tries to run through 60 feet of wall of fire.
He'll go around. It's a line.
Oh, okay, that's why I was wondering if it's a choke point.
It's like a 120-foot long building. It's gonna be wide.
Yeah, I was
Maybe
thinking that where we
10
are
feet
then.
wide.
Yeah,
Yeah,
where
well,
we are was narrow.
there is like downstairs. There's a narrow area, but that's where we're gonna be beating him up. Like rather than making him run through it.
Right, or dragging him through it. Shit,
Well, we're going through it too if we're dragging him through it.
almost worth it.
It triggers once a turn. It's not like spike growth.
Oh, I was thinking spike growth.
No,
But I
no.
can keep pushing him back into it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I don't wanna-
that's
if
a
you're pushing
really
him-
fun and awesome
but-
tactic. It's the wrong situation
But
for
if
it.
you're
Okay,
pushing him
got it.
out, you're pushing him out of a grapple, which will be bad.
Yeah.
Which again, we're only grappling if we see the window to drag him into the undercroft.
Right, but I
if-
can't concentrate on the spell and turn into my saint form
Concentrate on what spell?
and animate objects. This the very spell that lunges
think-
him.
I think we accept the risk of a turn of you not being in that because
okay.
like being able to separate him from his allies is how far can you move your object?
I think it's. Let's see. Animate object. I can pick the chair he's sitting in. Its size is, I'm guessing, either huge or large. What's DM? What if it's a large creature sitting in it? It's probably huge, right?
Huge. Yeah.
All right. So it can move 30 feet.
Okay. That's excellent. We have a turn to move him 30 feet, which puts him at the midpoint between his allies and us. He will so you'll cast that, right?
Mhm.
Because you need sight for that, and then I will come out with fog cloud, and that will hopefully preserve us long enough to get isolated with him for at a minimum a turn or so before
Right.
while his allies catch up, and then possibly beyond that if we can drag him into drag or lure him into the undercroft.
Right. It has blind sight. The object has blind sight.
That's nice. That's really
and
nice.
That's really nice. And then I will have venomous aura, which isn't concentration, so that I will make sure the aura only touches him, so that at the start of his turn he'll have disadvantage on attack rolls and skill checks.
Okay, so Drexel knows to stay out of the aura. Okay, I think we're going. So I think the initiation is animate objects. I think maybe animate objects you just use to move him. And oh wait, you can use the you can use the chair's
Dash.
action to dash.
To dash,
And
and,
then-
it brings him right
and then
to us.
and then your bonus action to like enter your saint form,
Let's see.
and then you lose concentration, but he's here.
So the bonus action is to cast the spell.
What animate objects is an action, isn't it?
It's a bonus action. Let me check.
And I just.
Oh no,
noticed-
you're right. It's an action. It's an action. I was thinking I was thinking, what other did I have? The Bora. Oh, the Aura. The Aura.
Maybe
is
you
bonus action.
maybe you activate it on later turns as a bonus action or something like that.
I'll just
there's a-
activate it
there's a lot of-
earlier.
Well, no. So
Oh.
those spells, the first turn you cast them, you activate as part of your casting, and then on later turns you can use your bonus action.
Right, I'm in my Aura one. Is the
Oh, right.
one I would do early.
Yeah,
So she would do like
that-
mirror images. I would do Aura.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're doing our prep, mirror image, aura.
Question.
Yeah.
Question. I just realized Delirium Blast also incapacitates until the end of their next turn. I'd lead
could
with
be
that,
Huge. That could be huge.
Yes.
right? I'll lead
Absolutely.
with that.
What's the
Absolutely.
What's the there's a save on that though, right?
There's a save, I'm sure.
It's an intelligence save.
Oh,
Gross. Disgusting. So, oh my,
right.
like this is gonna be a whole horror movie.
This is how we die.
Yeah,
chair.
I
This is
feel
how
like
we
I need to
die.
give. I'm just you know what? This is
Oh
this is the
my
one
God,
time
this
that
is
the only thing I'm gonna
absurd.
say is, if you are triggered by
Don't.
character death, please, this is
Ugh.
not gonna be a good time for you.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good time, but it's not gonna be a
I
good
don't
time
think-
for you.
I don't think we should assume he's gonna be incapacitated. But chair, drag 60 feet towards the undercroft, and then
Ooh.
that's.
Delirium Blast is a 40-foot diameter.
Oh, so maybe
That's
pop
good.
that off before the, so maybe
Make sure
Wait, is it-
nobody
pop
else
that off
here.
first.
Is it single target? It's not single target then. If it's a radius, it's
No.
everybody. in.
Yeah.
No,
That's
it's
sick.
40
That's an
radius.
incapacitating fireball. That's the move, right?
That's
so,
pretty sick.
So you lead with
Open.
that, and then we animate objects,
Animate.
and then I'll fog cloud because we need line of sight for those first two.
Do you want
All
me
right.
to turn into Saint form the same turn I pull him, and then
Yeah,
I lose the chair?
The damage doesn't matter enough to
Okay.
be worth.
It's just
be worth-
utility spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like this is
I'm
this is-
spending a
We're
5th level spell to
we're
send a
st-
guy
Okay,
like
but when you consider the-
C-3POing through
consider the
air.
counterfactual of in one reality we use our first turn in combat to run 60 feet into the middle of all the enemies,
Yeah.
and in the other reality all of the enemies are over there and the one guy we care about killing is over here.
Yep.
Like that's worth the spell slot.
It's worth 100%. I'm so
Yeah.
happy I remembered it.
Good lord. Okay, so
Okay.
mirror image. I'm delirium blasting him first thing,
mhm.
and then I Eldritch Blast and die. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Holy F. I was kind of getting into this character. Okay. Cool.
Oh, weren't we all?
I don't think I have
Ghost, you
anything I can
can't die.
precast that's useful, so I won't. Oh, and also, should it come down to it, I turned to Elias Drexel. I will save Erasmus, and I will trust that you will make your own way out. Ryan, you will die.
That's true. But I will die either killing the Lord of the Feast or saving Erasmus.
Okay.
And if that's the way it goes down, that's fine. Not gonna let that bastard get all of us.
No, he won't get all of us.
Elias
just
like
you,
taps your shoulder, Rand, and says, "That's good mentality.
Hey, and I'm just
Let's avenge your family."
right, Erasmus. Scalise. This has been a good third act. I hope it continues.
I trust that it will.
I don't know how many acts are in a show, but it's probably halftime, right?
Hmm? Maybe.
Yeah, I think we are busting in now, right?
Okay.
I've got
All right.
mirror image on.
and
Yeah, it's that scene in the Matrix. 100%.
Oh hell yeah!
That's exactly what this is. Okay,
I
so
gotta watch
now that
And
each
we're
of you has
actually
done,
smart players. I don't know what's
deliberating.
going on. Sorry.
what is the current game plan? While you were deliberating, rolled at I rolled technically disadvantaged, but I kept both rolls because I wasn't sure what the game plan was for every single enemy here.
Okay.
What is the current game plan so we can plan it out and we can just kick it off with a bang?
Delirium blast, animate objects, fog cloud, and then Drexel stabs the guy that has been dragged towards us.
Okay, cool. if we are going based off of the surprise rules of the new surprise rules, right? Everybody is there at disadvantage.
Yeah.
For initiative. Great. Okay. So and everybody's cool with that before we start.
Like it's possible that like first attack might have like an unseen attacker bonus, because if we're using the new rules, technically we all have the invisible condition right now because that's what replaced hidden.
Oh.
So first attack maybe has advantage.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really relevant because stuff's gonna happen before any attacks get made.
Right.
Well, so that's what I'm curious about. So what I'm trying to figure out is the order of operations between your kicking the door through, Madonna starts to play, and something happens, right? So like,
Madonna.
yeah, like a prayer. Have you not seen Deadpool?
I have not.
Oh man, you gotta watch it. It's sick.
Presumably, they are not expecting enemies to come up from their basement.
Yes. What I'm trying to figure out is does the initiative roll start when the door is kicked open or when you shoot the thing? Now, what I'm imagining it's kind of the same moment.
By the book, it would be it would be the second the door gets kicked open, initiative starts. And so lots of dudes, presumably some rolled high.
Technically invisible because of unseen.
Yeah, which is not the same thing as the invisibility spell.
100%.
It just works the way hidden works.
Yeah. Okay.
I think they combined them because they wanted anything that makes you invisible to kind of automatically make you hidden, or at least like give you some benefit of being hidden right off the bat.
I do have to ask. I need you guys. I really need Venomous Aura on. Turn economy wise. I need you guys to have 10 feet or more.
We're not going to make any. None of us except Elias Drexel are going to make any attacks this first turn, right? We can position in such a way that we're not poisoned after that.
Well, I can actually make it so that I'm 10 feet away. You know what I'm like? I'm 10 feet away from the big bad. So the Elias Drexel could be on the other side of the big bad, not be in the aura. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can position yourself on your on your turn.
So wait, when you say we're not attacking on the first turn, I thought we were attacking on the first turn.
Well, we're not making attack rolls. You're doing delirium blast.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Erasmus is doing animate objects.
Okay, cool. So
Drexel is carrying us.
Let's.
Yeah, Drexel's gonna do all the work.
Let's have everyone
pray.
Roll initiative.
Okay.
Just so it's on the board.
Can we kind of like whatever initiatives we roll? Can we kind of organize them so that we can like get our plan off or whatever?
Yeah. So cool. what I'm kind of imagining is that I'll say you can save your turns until something happens. Let's just do initiative rolls and we'll figure it out from there. So
actually, this might come up. Like this is a very unusually target rich like D&D combat to the point where initiative rules are going to get kind of unwieldy. What do you think about doing group initiative for this? Because that's also really helpful once we start trying to run away.
That's a good idea. Let's
it doesn't really confer any huge advantage to us or the enemies because there's so many of them already, right? Like they were already going to get to like make a ton of attacks back to back no matter what. So the main advantage would be getting
not
to
having
do
a
cool starting moment and then being better equipped to run away later. Because initiative isn't really built for 30 people in an
army.
It's not. I was thinking of grouping the
you should definitely
anyway,
group those, right? Because like,
But if you guys want to group, like that just needs to be a choice that you guys as a group make.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Because like even if we roll bad and get screwed with a low initiative, I think that's better than like like it'll move faster too.
Agreed.
Okay. Then
fast combat tonight.
What I'm gonna do then is I'm going to would you prefer that when I group these they are health combined and then attack the number of attacks combined into one lump?
Oh yeah, you could run them like a mob.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think I wouldn't normally do that, but in this situation, since we don't really care about killing the guys, that'll just save you rolls.
Yeah. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, I just wanted to make sure because it's a bit of a weird thing. Let me re-roll a couple of these things then.
It'll be slightly weird on your end, but it should be a lot faster than
It's totally
rolling
fine. Yeah,
30 dudes.
100%.
unless-
I'd rather
unless
it
makes
go
us more
smoothly.
dead.
I'd rather it go smoothly.
Yeah, and also like in terms of group initiative, like definitely like roll for a few different groups to start off with. But like if we're doing group initiative, once the battle kicks off, they all get to go. Like all the enemies get to go together anyways, and so the number doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Right,
do
so,
groups here.
Can I put a bunch of them to
Like
sleep?
yeah, just
They'll
roll
probably get
groups
more
to
hit
see if
points
any of them get to go
sleep.
before us. But
Yeah, they'll be like an incapacitated group, depending on what Rand's situation is.
But I mean, they're like once we have a turn, you know, like on the first turn of combat, some might go first, and then we go, and then the rest of them go. But like once we have a turn, all the enemies go after us every time, right? So like the only purpose in rolling several initiatives is to see like what chunk of them might get to go before us.
I'm
The
so
first
stoked for
on the
this right
first
now.
turn. Yeah,
I'm so excited.
I love this. This feels like maybe the most unwise thing that we've done, and I'm having a great time.
But you have to understand, like I've been saying this for a long time now. Our biggest failure was our success over and over again. So this is where we might either just add to an amazing tally as these crazy characters who will not learn their lesson yet, or this is the day we learn. So
Okay.
hope we carry on.
All right. Let's do this. Let's have everybody roll initiative. We'll take the average.
Love it.
So Drexel rolled a 17, carrying the average at the high end.
Are the enemies also taking average, or are they going in? Groups?
They rolled in groups.
Okay.
And I rolled. I assumed disadvantage because of the plan for all the groups.
Yeah.
With the exception of the chaplain because he rolled a 1 and a 2, so he is totally irrelevant. he's just last.
That is a 19.
A 19.
I'm also a 19.
9.
Let's see. All right. So that is 17 plus 19 plus 19 plus 9.
9.
9.
Ooh, Elias rolled good.
Divided by 4 is 16. All
Would
right.
fairy fire help us?
No.
Fairy? No. Okay.
Let me organize all of this.
Fairy Fire is an amazing spell in this situation.
For this
Anything concentration is gonna drop.
Okay.
And you know, like advantage helps when you outnumber the enemies. I mean, like advantage is at its greatest efficacy when you outnumber the enemies, and we've got the reverse situation right now. We can't be investing turns in stuff that might pay off later because there's not going to be a later.
This is like the equivalent of trying to bring down you know, the biggest battleship on the water with our little suicide runs. Like
let's
we
do
gotta
this.
commit everything.
We can't be thinking about how do we take out the whole fleet. We're gonna have enough difficulty with the battleship. Yeah.
This is Bismarck. Yeah, or the was it the Yamato?
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna kick this off.
Oh God.
But I will ask one clarifying question, and I'm only asking it again because I want to make sure of the rule in this one because it's a new rule for me. The kind of surprise situation. Obviously, everybody who you are surprising rolled with disadvantage for initiative because of that.
Yeah.
If they are still ahead of you,
they still get to go
full turn.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, like
because you're acting like you're invisible.
Ahead of us,
correct?
we haven't done it.
If they're ahead of us, hostilities start when we decide that they start, right? So that wouldn't necessarily be when we open the door. That would be like, okay, we're popping off right now. If they go before us, then we haven't opened the door yet.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
We get first attack.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's say you do first attack.
Okay.
And then the entire rest of the round goes, and then you go in your correct initiative order from there.
Okay.
Cool.
So that means that there's literally only one thing ahead of you, and so you will go ahead of that, and then it will go, and the rest of its team will go, and then it starts again, and it will go again, and then you go.
I feel like that doubles the amount of enemy turns that you got that you got to track. Let's just start with the door kicking open. Everybody who rolled higher than us gets to go, and then we go, and then we can just go back and forth without you having to split the enemies.
My recommendation is that we just go with the initiative order that's rolled, because I think it will be better for you.
Okay.
Because otherwise, the entire group, like, quite frankly, the only thing ahead of you is the Lord of the Feast, and it will get 2 full turns ahead of you. Like, you do your first turn, you're like, cool, and then it gets 2 full turns before you can do anything again, and I feel like that's not great.
It rolls multiple initiatives. That's cool.
No, because if you're taking the first one, because it's ahead of you, right? But if you're doing a surprise attack on it, it will go the whole round, because it'll go you, it, everybody else, and then initiative starts over, and then it goes you. And so there's 2 full attacks before you get to do your second turn.
Yeah, that could be weird.
And I don't like that. I feel like it's better in your
scary.
it's better in your situation to just take the fact that you're behind it, and assume that you're already in combat when the doors open. But
Sounds
you
good.
do get, which is important, the invisible or hidden thing.
Yeah, and there's no real down. Like, if only the Lord of the Feast rolled higher than us, then like there's no downside from like a bookkeeping perspective, really.
Exactly. Yeah. The bookkeeping I'm not worried about, because I have the groups set up. I'm good to go. So I'm not worried about those at all.
Yeah,
it's much easier than 30 people.
That ruins our throne plan a little bit, but like that wasn't that important. Like if he wants to run up on us, that's actually even better.
Okay.
So
all right.
Yeah.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
All right. Let's rock and roll. All right. So describe to me what happens when you kick the door open, and I will describe who's going into the room first, what's it look like, and then I will describe what the room looks like and what happens right after that.
I think we're all kind of spilling in, right? Because I think we're all up against the door and just terrified.
With mirror image on their 3
Yeah.
terrified
Yeah,
hands.
a venomous
This is a bad
miasma.
idea.
Like a green miasma
feet away
coming out
from
of
him.
me, 10 feet away from everyone
Sick.
else.
Sick. All right. So I think there's a moment when you're standing in front of the door and you look at the faces of the people around you, just as nervous, just as terrified, and you say,
This is really stupid.
"We ain't heroes for nothing," and open the door.
Big damn heroes.
Big damn heroes, sir, and kick the door open, and find yourself in the midst of this group, in the exact places that you had left them. They're no longer sleeping, but at this point, there are a couple hounds that are laced with, seems to be like fire burns along their side, that are laying down next to the fire between you and the group. There's a group of about 3 and a hound that are kind of milling about between you and the other door. And then the larger contingent that sits in front of, between you and the front door of the cathedral, is a contingent of, I don't even know at this point, 10, 11?
A trillion guys.
Yeah, of individual guys sitting over there. And as you spill out and you start to get your magic ready, you see a giant clawed bestial hand grip the throne and stand up. Your estimates of about 12 feet were close. It's about 13, 14 feet tall as it starts to loom over the
Don't say that like
the
2
bonfire.
feet isn't a big difference.
Yeah, but it's closer than 4, right? It towers over the rest of the Garmir around it. And you only see one of its hands, and as it turns towards you, which you're kind of hidden at this point, and yet still looks right at you. And as it turns, you see in its hand a wicked, evil-looking bow. And it pulls an arrow out and knocks it. And we're kicking it off with the Lord of the Feast first round. Let's get it.
Oof.
Okay. Yep. All right. Are you in your large creature form right now, or your saintly form, Erasmus? You are not, correct? Okay.
I'm not. So
Okay.
AC 18, I believe.
I just wanted to double check for
I've just got my shield and nothing really else, but my AC is 18 because I am hardy and quick.
All right, we're gonna do this then, because I'm gonna roll this with an element of surprise as opposed to planning, because these things kind of happened all at once. All right, I'm gonna do it that way. Hold on, let me write this down. Okay. Okay, great. All right.
Is there any chance we're in the second range increment of his bow?
You are not. The distance itself is about 60 feet.
Oh,
to
right, we're
where
only
you
60
are.
feet away.
Yeah,
right.
The actual full distance of the cathedral, you would be. Yeah, you absolutely would be. But it's not. You're not that far yet. So
he's most of the way towards us. Yeah.
Yeah. So he turns around and takes a shot, and that definitely hits. It does. Where's my? So Ryan, you see this creature turn around and loose an arrow directly at you, and you get hit square in your chest. You take 13 piercing damage, and you look down, and you notice that as it strikes your chest... Oh, I'm sorry, mirror image, I'm sorry.
Right.
Have you seen the new rules for mirror image? They're a lot cleaner.
Yes,
you just roll a d6 for each remaining mirror image, and on a 5 or 6, one of the images blocks it and disappears.
Glorious.
So you got 3 images, roll 3d6. If there's any 5s or 6s, an image take.
Yes.
It's so much nicer.
That's
right?
so much nicer.
We should do that.
I'm like, but
Sadly,
is it better
no.
for me?
It is better for you.
Okay.
Ultimately, because the chances are higher. However, you are unlucky with mirror image in that particular situation because my dice roll low. So none of them hit your mirror images.
Oh.
And I am actually not going to use these die anymore because I feel like they are not rolling high enough for that. So I'm going to put those over here. So the real Ryan, you feel the arrow hit, and it kind of knocks the wind out, and you look down, and you see the very tip of it has a little slice of delirium on the outside. You take 13 piercing damage, you take 18 necrotic damage, and I need a con save from you.
Shit.
Hold on. Let me get this in. Oh, con save. All right, baby. Come on. Oh, okay. You're probably good. 18?
18 barely,
18?
yes.
18? Oh, 18 barely. Awesome.
Yes. Okay. And you get hit. Each of you look at Ryan and go, oh my god, and you look back and you see him knocking another arrow.
Now, do I still have mirror image up?
Yeah, you still have all 3.
It doesn't make it go away. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what's your
that will save you still.
I'm probably trying to pull this
Oh,
shit
good.
out of. I'm probably trying to pull it off.
What's your AC again, Erasmus?
Nothing.
18.
18. Okay. So you see the arrow looses, and you kind of brace for it, and you see it fly right past your hand, almost in slow motion, and you see the end of it has some kind of blue flicker on the end of it, kind of like it's got a magical spell on the end, and it kind of clatters on the wall next to you. And you look back up, and yet another arrow, except this one has a little bit of a chain on it. Fires again.
Oh, this
and
guy's
that
got
one's
all the fun stuff.
Definitely gonna hit you. I need a strength save
crit?
from you. No, it is not.
Is it time to run yet?
Strength save?
Strength save.
Oh, good roll. Okay, let's see what I got in just not being in a super good form here. AKA my everyday life. 19.
19 is a success. It hits you, and you take 10 piercing damage. And the way that it goes in, it doesn't go in quite like a hit Ryan where it penetrates deep. It hits you and kind of hits your shoulder a little bit, and then the chain goes taut and yanked, and it pulls it right out again. And you know that if that had any more purchase on it, you would have been pulled forward from where you were.
Okay.
And as he's reeling it in, he just kind of looks at you and goes, and stands there. All right, everybody's turn. Let's get it. What's the game plan? Let's rock and roll. We're in it now.
Right?
Is
Yep.
he firing from his throne? Like
Yeah,
using it for cover?
he's essentially not necessarily cover. This is for all of the cleverness of Knowles and Garmir and Staying Alive and Drakkenheim.
Mhm.
Things that are built on strength and power and sheer will have a massive ego. This creature's definitely not trying to hide.
Right.
Okay, cool.
But you said he's still like kind of at the throne.
Yeah, he's still
No,
like he's within. He could reach down and grab the arm of the throne, so he's right next to
Oh,
it.
okay, but he did get out of the throne.
He did get out of the throne, yes. Like he's on like a dais, right? But you know, he's next to it. He's not standing on the throne. He's not sitting in the throne or any of those things. But he's kind of like standing next to it now.
Can I animate the dais?
Yeah, it's just a thing.
Okay.
It depends on how heavy it is.
But-
you can animate
but-
anything, right?
All right.
Let me.
So
it's
Ryan
tough to
first.
huge. so
Let's
yeah.
go.
It'll work.
Perfect. So as I'm doing this, and look, we kind of know how this could end.
Mhm.
I'm looking at that son of a bitch, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, it's true
You
what they
would.
say. Big things overcompensate for insecurities, don't they? What do they call you, the butcher of Drakkenheim? How about the bully of Drakkenheim? You're nothing. You're intimidated by a damn building. My building, the Queen's Feast. You had to go and destroy a building because that's how insecure you are? Please. You know what? The old me probably would have felt bad for you. She's gone. This me? Oh, I feel a way about you. Let me show you how that feeling is. I pull out the arrow that has delirium tip,
Mhm.
and I'm going to use that delirium to fuel this spell.
Sick.
And
Let's do
I
it.
send it right back, and whatever that looks like, shards of delirium come out of that I'm dropping that right around him in a 40-foot diameter,
Sick.
and everybody in that party is going to enjoy a intelligence save of 16.
16. Glorious. They will probably not make any of that.
That's
Okay.
a shame.
Let me separate out.
Intimidated by a building? Please.
I'm gonna do these two. Okay. So in that blast, you are going to get the Lord of the Feast. You're going to get, I'm gonna say 3 full groups and then a hounds group. And they're all gonna make their saves.
Cool.
Okay.
You
You
do
said
group saves, like so
exactly
you don't
what
end
I'm
up with like split groups.
that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're incapacitated?
Yes, and they're taking 40 points of psychic damage.
40 points.
It's
Oh,
10. It's 10d6. So it's
Oh, that's a
40
good roll
points.
too.
That's
But it
sexy.
was. It was.
Okay.
So 40 points half. So those that failed, 40 points of psychic and incapacitated till I don't know, the end of their next turn.
Okay.
And and those who pass, it's 20 and not incapacitated. Hey, thanks for the delirium.
Oh,
Huh?
they didn't say.
Hell yeah. And incapacitate doesn't change when they take damage, right?
I feel like incapacitate does, right?
No actions,
Not
no
by-
actions
not
or
by default.
reactions.
I
It
see.
does for it spells like hypnotic pattern and like the elder sign, but those are things that last a minute and don't give a second save. For things that last one turn, they usually don't wear off.
Got it. Okay,
Early.
cool.
They are enjoying being incapacitated.
Yeah.
No actions or reactions.
Let me write down. That is so much damage.
That was huge.
My
Good
God.
job.
Unhealthy.
Absolutely.
That's exactly how I'd like to see you. He's a
I haven't
target for
rolled
everything that
yet,
he's.
so let's see
Yeah.
how this goes.
If I go, at least I'm going happy.
Oh goodness.
Oopsies.
She's got this look.
Do you have another one of those in you?
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I should have done this ahead of time. This is the one thing I forgot to, is write down all of their health as a group. I didn't do it because I'm silly.
Oh god, which means you're like multiplying it, so that's gonna make even if that doesn't change the math really, it's gonna make the math look different.
That's exactly what's happening. Okay, so it's
like,
not.
oh my god, 200 there.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
so
exactly.
they're-
It doesn't look very fun, but it's fine.
If they're incapacitated to the end of their next turn, then do I cast it on my next turn or wait?
I mean,
one
you
more-
could
I wait
probably
one more,
kill a
right?
bunch of guys that way, but we don't care about killing a bunch of guys.
Yeah,
But you like cast
I
your
like him
spells
being. I
wherever
like
the
him
Lord
being
of the Feast is.
incapacitated. Yeah.
It's the incapacitated part that's more important than
Yeah.
damage.
Yes.
If you can but like that's like if we're trying to win the attrition battle, like we
no,
should be
just
thinking
trying
about
to-
crowd control,
Got
but
it.
like we're gonna lose the attrition battle.
Mhm.
So like you know,
Got it.
like if you can hit if any enemies are staying
Blast,
near the Lord of
blast.
the Feast, hit them.
Yep.
But
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a Lord of the Feast and situation.
Mhm.
yeah,
Okay. Right now
and
he's
then-
incapacitated. That's awesome.
Well, so if I didn't roll it. He's not, but
Right.
the
Oh, I thought he
succeeded they
was,
take
okay.
half, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure of the math. Okay, great.
Oh damn! I thought he was. Okay.
No, he wasn't. Sorry, I hadn't rolled him yet. I rolled everybody else. But what you do notice, which is it's honestly a fantastic hit, because you did 40 damage to the groups that are incapacitated, of which out of 4 groups, 3 are incapacitated. The only ones who saved rolled a 19 and a 20 on the die. So
Nice.
even if they had the minuses, they eked by. So honestly, solid. 10 out of 10. Big win on that one. Great.
Got one good hit.
Fantastic. Okay. And then I have like an order here for everybody, but on your turn, you're more than welcome to kind of give me any order you would like to go, and it can
Cool.
change per turn. It doesn't matter. So I'm good with whatever you guys want to do right now.
Erasmus, you want to do your thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna do hold the steward's seal and say, for the first time, I feel like I have a home, and you're not welcome here. As I rip the dais into animation underneath his feet and have it just basically turn into like a. Almost like like the Gravitron ride on the Mid-State Fair, just his back just slammed by the force of him being pulled as it dashes 60 feet. And that is my action.
Such a cool use of that spell.
I love animate objects.
And that's the only.
I was gonna say it's the only thing you could do, right? Because it uses your action and bonus action, right?
Well, it doesn't use my bonus action. It uses my action and its action as a creature that becomes a sentient thing, but then it stops because I then go into saint form, and then I.
So it
can't
literally
concentrate
gets
on the
up,
spell anymore.
floats, drops in front of you, and you transform into saint. Sick.
And then and
That's cinematic as hell. That's cool.
yeah, as the saint takes over, and she says, how fitting that this holy place will be your burial, to the big stinky Gormir.
Big stinky guy.
Oh, it
Big
is
stinky guy.
good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Let's see. So that is that done. That is my turn, making sure my venomous aura only is affecting the enemy. And here we go.
Love it. Does Drexel want to go next?
He can go next. Absolutely. All right. Let's see. Great. Okay.
That is the coolest use of animate objects I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Right, I was
it's
just gonna
really
say,
sick.
and
It
do
is-
you have
it is-
do you have
oh.
do you have another use of that or just the one?
Once per day. but it is the second coolest I've ever done.
Mm.
I have one more that's cooler than that.
Cool. So, I think let me kind of set the tone before we move into the second half of your guys' turn here, for Pheles and Elias's. You get shot, pull it out, break the tip off, crush the crystal in your hand, and then like almost use it as like a like you kind of throw the dust, and when it explodes, there's no sound. It just kind of goes and just starts to tear through a lot of these Garmir, and then they kind of stand there dazed, and they're just kind of like, what? As well as some of the hounds. While their 14-foot tall leader gets floated over on this dais and then set in front of an 18-year-old who then turns into a hulking monstrosity that's filled with holy power. And seeing that, Elias kind of grabs your shoulder, Ryan, it kind of pulls you back and steps in front of you, and stands next to Erasmus von Kessel, and says, "Son of Ulrich, watch this!" and then dives in. But he also casts leadership before he does so.
Nice.
So each of you also can add a d4 to your roll. That short rest was a chef's kiss for that.
That was perfect. We're gonna need that. Remember, it's only if you start your turn do you get poisoned, so you can move through me all you want.
Yeah, so he kind of changes spaces with land. Moves in and then 4 attacks with the longsword. Let's get it.
Son of a Ulrich. I got chills when he said that.
This is so damn cool. God, I
Son
hope
of a bitch.
That's awesome. Son of Ulrich. What? This is how we do it.
Oh, is that a 4 hitter? Oh, he's going in. Let's get it. That's sick. All right. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna use that. Okay. I'm gonna do math.
What? That's how we kill monsters.
Spicy. So he steps up and just starts to flambe this guy. Like, stabs, steps back, backswing, full swing, another stab through. Does a total of 58 damage to him. Just starts to rip through. Glorious. All right. Oh, I didn't even add a D4, which is going to be a huge deal. 1. Awesome. That's funny. Great. Okay, well, that was Elias' turn. I feel like he did his job.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah. Sick. So that, Pheles, that's you to wrap up this particular turn here.
I am going to just kind of like mouth agape, just in awe at what I just saw, because that was more impressive than what I was expecting. Like, this could work. And he's going to throw down just a handful of paper shavings that are going to hit the marble floor, and then just swirl around and just kind of explode into a dense fog of just this flurry of just infinitesimal fluttering paper. Yeah, I'm casting Fog Cloud. We are now in a 20-foot radius of heavy obscurement, and that's my turn. I think I'm going to kind of stay up close near the Lord of the Feast.
Okay. Sorry, I am trying to find. There we go. Okay. Sweet. Okay. So as the fog cloud kind of goes up, you see, as all of you, including Elias, have blind sight. You
including
see,
Elias.
Yeah, I
Yes.
checked. He's
Oh,
sick.
that's nice.
Yeah. You see
High-level
the
rogue.
Lord of the Feast kind of lean back and kind of stretch for a second, and then kind of bend down and just start to laugh, kind of like a hyena, and he disappears into the fog. He steps out of all of your blind sight into the fog itself, because he is effectively invisible once he's in heavy obscurement. The only one who can see him is you, Felix, because you have 30 feet of blind sight, right?
Well, I mean, he moves out of everyone's reach, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, before he moves out of their reach, he's still within the range of their blind sight, so they all get opportunity attacks, right?
They do not,
Yeah.
because
Why
he
not?
uses legendary action to.
Oh, is he teleporting?
No, he's just stepping away, and
Right, but he-
his dash actually very specifically says does not provoke.
without provoking.
And
Okay.
steps
Without
away and
provoke.
disappears.
Okay, so like flavor-wise, we're swinging, but like he's just good at dodging.
Yep.
Okay.
And he's gonna use his other one here. What's your AC, Felix?
My AC is 18.
18.
Keep in mind, this guy's poisoned until the start.
Oh yeah,
of
because
the-
no, he hasn't started his turn there.
He didn't start his turn.
He-
You moved him.
He legendary actioned before his turn.
Oh,
This is at
before
the end
his
of your turn. Yeah, it's the end of your turn.
Oh, dude, what a boss!
Yeah,
Oh
so
my
he steps back. So
God.
to everybody
Honestly,
else,
I think the plan's the same. We just stay on top of him.
we stay on him. Okay.
except
keep
for
following.
Pheles, you're the only one who sees him pull an arrow that glints with the contamination, knocks it, and you see it point right at you, and looses and hits you square in the chest.
I am going to disappear to the place between worlds.
Glorious. Is that a reaction?
That is a reaction.
Sick. Okay.
And hoping that this isn't a more active place than the last time I used it.
And when you do that, fog cloud goes away because it breaks concentration.
It does not break concentration because it's not a concentration spell.
Glorious. Even better. Okay, well, now he is effectively invisible to everyone except Pheles, who is now in another realm.
I saw what direction he went, though.
All right, that's
Yeah.
okay.
So Pheles, we will come back to you in your journeys in the abyss in a second, which you are now back into for a moment. And you see, just he takes a full step back, and you can go like you try and go and swing at him. He just kind of into the mist, and you just hear this like hyena-esque jackal or laughter, like giggling, as he's now effectively invisible. But yet still somehow managed to hit Pheles. And due to the way that the surprise round worked, also managed to basically hit Brian in that same kind of space.
Can see things. Okay.
Or maybe it's smell things.
He's having a fun surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we're gonna go to everybody else who's not incapacitated.
Now, does he have more attacks to use, make on his turn, or was that another legendary action?
They were both legendary actions.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, he did. Oh, well, yeah. So, yeah, he did both. So he's done. That was all of his things for his next turn.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because the next
so
one, it's
a little
basically just
confusing
everybody
because of
else.
the group
Yeah.
initiative, but like, yeah, make sure he gets all his stuff.
Yeah, because then it's basically just everybody else. So
Yeah.
I kind of grouped it in that.
Love it.
Great. So you hear in this fog cloud, like padding of feet, of not like shoed feet, but like half dog feet. Yeah. As a group is going to basically just rush right into the middle of you. Two of them actually, a group of the Garmier and then a group of the hounds as they moved in. And in Fog Cloud, it's just disadvantage, right? Because it's basically just invisible.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So if they're making range attacks from outside the range of our blind sight, it's actually a straight roll. But if they are making from within the range of our blind sight, then they have disadvantage.
Yeah. So they're just running in and making swings. They
Cool.
don't. Yeah, they just run. So you kind of hear these creatures run in, and then you just start to hear as they are just recklessly swinging, which is going to give them a flat roll, but is also going to let you hear and see, hear exactly where they are. So you no longer have disadvantage inside the fog cloud as well, but you have blind sight. So it doesn't matter.
If they're in melee, then yeah,
Exactly.
everybody has advantage against them.
Okay. I really need like a light, like right here, to like point into my dice tray, or maybe a light in my dice tray would be a good idea. Okay. Erasmus, what is your AC again? I keep asking, but I keep
Now it is 16.
16. Okay. Okay. Hit point 2. Great. This is. Okay, you take. I cannot math. 25 slashing damage as 3 of these berserkers, just huge great axes, start swinging through the fog, and they connect with kind of both of your arms. And you see Elias next to you, ting, kind of, glance one of them with his sword, and kind of step to the side. And then these are gonna go.
Hold on, they're taking damage when they hit me.
Yeah, totally fine. They're part of the same group,
alright.
so make sure.
Poison damage.
Oh, finally, something that's not immune.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was like,
right?
right? Okay, so it is. It's all right. Oh my god. All right, well that's fine. I have it written right here. The formula that I've chosen, the litany. Okay, here it is. It is equal to, what is it, 1d6 plus my con. Okay. 8 damage.
8 damage. Okay, great. And because they all hit you, multiply it by 3, so let's do 24. Because they're each individually hitting you.
Yeah, okay, so I imagine it would be 8 damage each.
Yeah. That just
okay.
multiplied it by 3. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Because it's spraying poison,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
more poison, lots
Yeah.
of poison.
Okay, cool. And then, that's funny. I actually don't know how they talk to these hounds. That's really funny. Because they speak Abyssal, but these hounds understand Infernal, and I don't know how they communicate.
Oh,
but
maybe that might have been a mistake.
I mean, maybe it's like people who train their dogs in German but don't speak German.
Mhm.
Like, they might
maybe
have a
so,
phrase
yeah.
book.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so these hounds you also hear as they're yelling and barking as they run in, and they, you see 2 of them next to you is Elias. 2 of them jump on Elias. 1 of them jumps on you, and they also, because of the pack tactics, do not. They just roll straight. You are fine, however, he is not. He takes.
Let me know if there's a crit that I can change the fate of.
No crit. He takes 10. Okay, so he takes 15. Okay. So as they jump on him, you see as they bite, there's a flame that kind of spews out of their mouth a little bit, and so it tears kind of down in an open area of his armor, and then it kind of lights up and burns, and he just kind of throws them off of him. And he's still fighting next to you. I mean, this is a pro warrior, not even shaking a bit. He just kind of goes, "Where's the Lord?" As he's kind of fighting in the fog cloud. Great. And then the other group is actually going to, because they were on the far side, they're going to spend their entire turn to jump into the fog cloud with you, but it is a full dash turn, so none of them get any attacks. And And then this guy. He's gonna go and. Okay. And above the din of everything, you hear what sounds like a spell being cast, and then outside of the fog, you see what looks like a giant, like long blue light. Very lightsaber-esque, but you just can't see what it is. But kind of it's bigger than it's like its own floating thing. And it starts, it starts on the edge of the fog cloud. It starts to move in, so the fog starts to be illuminated by this this thing. And it is going to go ahead and roll. Let's see. Okay, Rand, what's your AC again?
15.
15.
Mirror image.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So the new rules of mirror image, does the attack
I think it only triggers once it hits.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. Great. So Ryan, you see this kind of floating beam starting to move towards you, and it starts to swing, and as it cuts through the fog, you see it's like a spectral weapon of a spear, or like the edge of a I forget what they're called, the ones that
Glaive?
have the bladed edge, kind of a glaive. Yeah, I guess a glaive works.
Yeah.
Kind of
If
cuts
it's like
through
one
it.
side, it's a glaive. If it's like a broad spear, it's maybe like a partisan.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd probably say glaive is probably a better descriptor. And it swings in the air, kind of above your head as you duck down, and you immediately recognize that because you can cast it too. I'm pretty sure as spiritual weapon.
Could be like a Guandao too.
I can't, but I get it. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so that brings us to the end of the turns. And we go back to the top.
Lord of the
And
Beast.
let's do at the end of the initiative, let's do what you're seeing, so you can make a call, Phalese. So you teleported to the kind of lands between, right? The
Yeah, I
place
can kind of
between
see
worlds.
60 feet into the material plane a little bit vaguely, but yeah, mostly I'm just seeing what's in the space between worlds.
So you've been here before, so you kind of get your bearings pretty quickly. And you're like, great, okay, I've been here before, awesome. Let's move on to like discovering what the next thing is. And you get the same feeling as before when you were here before, this feeling of being watched. That's not necessarily peaceful, not necessarily hostile, but it starts to become very oppressive. And it seems as though, like,
Does it seem I'm close to the thing that's closer to the thing that's watching me, or just more within its attention?
I think more within its attention is a better way to put it, because being watched is to assume that you are significant enough in this space to warrant attention. But instead you are, like, I think a good example would be like you are a bad bacteria in an immune system. Something changed in the homeostasis of this space between worlds, and whatever it is, it's back, and it doesn't like that you're back.
Right.
And so you feel this very oppressive thing. Like, think of being kind of like an ant on a baseball, and you have now kind of been spun, and the intention of whatever is holding the baseball is now looking at you. You don't. It's too kind of big and amorphous for you to understand what it is, but it is now taken very careful notice of you because this is the second time that you have shown up.
Could I make like an insight check to see if I can glean anything about the nature? I'm experiencing this connection with this thing that is beyond conventional human understanding. Could I attempt to kind of drop some of my blinders in this moment and understand something that it maybe is not easy to understand.
Sure. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll insight.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll insight.
That's gonna be a natural 1.
A natural one. Okay. So I was literally gonna say, as long as you don't roll poorly, then I can give you more insight into what you would be doing and give you a choice. But I think you just dive
Also, I'm a little
in.
distracted in this moment.
Yeah, I think you dive in with two cement shoes on this one and just kind of let your guard down, and you feel this presence enter your mind, and it asks the question of how did you get into this space? But it didn't. The words don't appear like something was spoken to you.
No, I just experienced that interest.
You just experienced
and I imagine
that
in
question.
the same moment, it just kind of rushes through me and leaves with something.
It doesn't even leave. It literally just sits in your brain trying to find the answer. So the question comes to you, and you're feeling like it's like squeezing, like it's like trying to wring the answer out of you. But the problem is that it's already in your mind. It needs to know that you know the answer.
Yeah, I make no effort to hide anything from this entity. I just kind of allow its interest to bubble my thoughts to the surface.
Okay, and I think that's as the answer comes up. What is the answer that comes? What is the honest answer that Pheles has to the question that has now been essentially writ large on his mind?
I wield the power of humanity.
Okay. And with that, we're gonna come back to the real world. It's still not your turn yet, right? So your turn's coming up, so you can do whatever you want to do on your turn. But that's what happened when you jumped into the world between worlds. Essentially, is that you moved from one battle to the next. One is a physical battle, one is a mental battle.
Didn't die again. Awesome.
Yeah, glorious. Awesome. So that brings us to, let's see, the feast. Where is my boy?
What you got?
Oh, awesome. Okay. He's going to move further. All right, and he is going to take 3 shots, and in the interest of doing this, actually no, he can see you. He's not even surprised. He just gets to pick.
You intimated that he has blind sight as well.
So he doesn't have blind sight.
Oh, he's just very perceptive.
He's
so
just incredibly perceptive.
Yeah, so he knows exactly where everyone is, but he's still affected by the heavy obscurement.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Okay. Cool.
But he. Ooh, my screen went.
He can fire into a dense mix of his buddies with a couple enemies in there and not worry about hitting his buddies.
Yeah, not worry about his buddies, and the disadvantage doesn't affect him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has the actual ability is that he can pinpoint the exact location of anyone who's invisible, and heavy obscurement is basically invisibility.
Yeah, especially like with
from out in. Yeah. Okay, so he's got 3. He's just gonna put one, I think, into each of you. He's going to do. Let's do Drexel first. I think that one misses. So you, in the mist, you're fighting amongst all these different creatures. You see an arrow, Rasmus, between you and Elias, and it's the one with the chain, and it, and then quickly pulled out of the mist. Do this one. What's your AC again? You said 15.
Mine's 16. Hers
Yours
is 15. Yeah.
Okay. And so you also feel an arrow, and it kind of swings right by your arm, and you feel a little sizzle from it. Your thought is it's either the arrow that hit Ryan or the other arrow that you saw flying by with the magic. It's hard to tell in the obscurement. And then Ryan, in the obscurement, let's see. you look around as you're trying to see. You know, you're hearing and seeing these arrows as well, and you can't see anything outside. It's too obscure, and you're looking around and you're staring at one of yourselves, and it just and it wipes out one of the mirror images as it swings right by and knocks out one of them.
Thanks for your service.
Great. So that brings us to the group's turn. Let's rock and roll. All right, what you guys doing?
So we can move pretty freely without provoking attacks of opportunity. There's a big old cluster all around us. Lord of the Feast is over here. Thales pops back in, like just kind of at the midpoint between the party and the Lord of the Feast. No, Thales pops back in kind of where he disappeared. Picks up the the kind of it's still fluttering like paper packet off the ground, and is going with me and rush towards Lord of the Feast.
Okay. Sick.
All right.
We could position ourselves on the opposite side of him and then catch a bunch of these dudes in another big AOE.
Right. That's what I was just gonna say. I'm like, should I rinse and repeat now? Should I try to get him again?
40-foot diameter, like he's 30 feet away, so like
he moved further.
Oh,
so you are actually running towards where you saw him disappear, and you run because you could each move like what 30 feet.
Well, when I was in the other realm, I had like 60 feet of vision into the place. So if he's not further than that, I should be able to see him.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so he moved just to the edge of your vision. You can still see him, so he's in that direction, but he's about 60 feet away.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Did he move back towards the people that were already incapacitated before?
He's trying. It almost seems like he's trying to go around the bonfire. So from where you're looking, if the door is to your back, the one that you came through, the other door is in front of you. He's moving almost like 11 or 10 o'clock.
Okay, so he ran kind of but kind of like back towards like essentially back to the level of the throne, right? Because he was 60 feet away, moved 60 feet this way, moved 60 feet back.
Yeah, so think of him like the throne is to your left of the bonfire, like it's just kind of on the front there. He's moving around the other side to try and get a little bit of hidden cover behind the bonfire and get a little bit more advantage. Like it seems as though he wants to put you and drag you through the group of his friends.
Cool. Yeah, that is where that's where the group like out by his throne was, right? Like with a 40-foot radius, you can probably catch most of them again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you could definitely get those ones. With him, let me double check because he's not by his throne right now. He went.
Wait.
So
wasn't the bonfire in front of the throne?
It is, but the bonfire is between you and the throne, and then past the throne is the door. So he's going around the other side.
So he's past the bonfire.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but like but if he's 60 feet that way and the throne was 60 feet that way, they're not like that far apart, right?
No, they're not too far apart, but they're out of the 40-foot range, but just barely. Like it gets a little bit. It's like 50 feet. Right, so like his goal is to kind of circle around that same way, but he's taking a long way around it.
All right, so like left to right, how big is this space?
This space is
because we got
about 120 across.
Oh, okay. So
it's a big space.
Got a lot of space.
It's a huge space. Yeah, he can maneuver a lot in here.
So he's kind of going away from where any of his allies are.
Yeah.
Well, so if I try to drop it on him and it's got that 40-foot diameter on it, would it just get him, or are there a few others?
I think it would just get him.
Okay.
So I think we're gonna survive another turn if you want to save that.
Okay, I'm all for that. I'd like to. Okay,
So
yeah, I'm
I'm moving
moving.
30 feet towards him, and now yeah, so it's going to be a straight roll for your range attacks, though, because he's outside the range of your blind sight, and he knows exactly where you are, but he can't like see the attacks coming, so it's probably going to be like a straight roll there.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. So we're just going to be moving towards him. Erasmus, I'm so sorry. Do you have range attacks that you can do while you're all hulked out?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just going to charge him with my 40 feet of movement.
Cool. That'll get you close to him, but still in the range of the fog cloud.
And my move at this point is blast away,
actually,
right?
You could dash out of the fog cloud and get right up in his face. That would at least force him to use a legendary action to move. And the fog cloud would block almost any range attacks that could come from the people behind us.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm gonna get blasty with him because that's what I can do. Yeah.
All right.
Doing damage.
All right, who's going first? You're all in the same turn, so you can go in whatever order you would like.
Yeah, as long as his. I mean,
Alright.
it's. Yeah.
And big surprise, I start blasting.
All right. I run up and I'm gonna punch and spirit. Spirit.
Cool. So how far can you run? You said 40.
40.
Because he's 60. What's your range? Is it 5 or 10?
Oh, sorry, it's 5. Yeah, I didn't
Okay.
really. I thought it was closer. So
Yeah,
in
because
that case,
he
I'm
moved
going to-
twice. So he moved on his turn. He moved further, and then he had a legendary action to dash.
I have a javelin of lightning that I could hand you. That is a strength
Sick.
thrown weapon.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's got a and you know the command word is crack the sky.
Can I hit the ceiling with it above him?
Ooh.
You certainly can.
Because it's gonna be the lightning blast damage on the
ceiling.
structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah. I mean, you could. What is your intention there?
To basically pin him under a rock long enough to get us on him. To do a Darth Vader, Obi-Wan shit, just.
I'd say, in order to do that, because I think it's really fucking cool, you'd have to hit the same place twice.
Okay.
With the spear. Because the first one will weaken it, the second one will knock it down, but then that will cause what you're trying to make happen.
If you intimate that instead, like you're kind of pointing above him, okay, direct your attention, and I'm gonna kind of draw down the side of the wall to the buttress that is holding that chunk of ceiling up, you do that, and I will add the other whatever else we need there.
All right. So
Okay.
I get my 2 attacks on the buttress.
Well, it's, one attack with this javelin. If you have another thing to throw too.
Doesn't this thing return?
This one does not return. No.
Oh, okay. All right. So I hit with a javelin. Do I have anything in my inventory? Let me check.
Should I blast it as opposed to blasting him?
Maybe. I can basically ensure that this works out. But
Oh shit! My jump distance is doubled in this form.
sick.
Jump
Okay.
still spends movement.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, but jump spends movement by default. You could maybe make a check, if the DM allows it.
You're trying to jump to him. Is that?
I thought
Intention?
jump was different. I don't know. I was thinking
There are jump abilities that don't spend movement, but they're usually not player abilities.
Well,
but that could be in the realm of something you could do with a check at DM discretion.
Well, so how far can you jump with full running speed? Because there's nothing in front of you. You could just sprint and then
Double your strength score, right?
yeah.
it's double your strength score. So with a 19 in this form,
Yeah.
it's
be almost 40?
36. No, 38 feet.
Without a check, normal.
Without a check. And
Without a
normally
check.
I can run 40.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not giving me more move. It's less.
Oh,
than
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is
Okay.
that you'd get within 10, but not within 5. I'd say.
Okay.
Which I feel like isn't worth the jump. I mean, maybe, but it really depends on what you're going for. But yeah, I don't. think
Oh,
it'll put you-
wait. You got double jump, right? So normally you could do a vertical jump half your jump speed, or half your strength score. You could do your full strength score. That's like a 20-foot vertical jump, Could that get him up to the buttresses so he could make some melee attacks against them?
Oh no, it's way higher than that. It's
the
like
cathedral.
it's a huge cathedral.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll just hit the button.
He could grab like that railing.
Okay.
Like he can grab the railing and get up on the railing. But
is there any rubble that he could throw as well for a second attack?
I mean, there's stuff, but it won't be worth it.
Is there an incapacitated guy that I could take the weapon out of his hand?
You'd have to get to him first. He's on the other side of the
Yeah,
they're on the other side of
the stunned ones are
Okay.
over there. Are there any sleeping ones or like corpses around here?
No, none of them died yet.
Yeah,
All right, so I'll
enough.
throw. Actually, Ryan, maybe you're the one who should shoot it down because you're accurate and. Yeah, I don't know. Because my turn is basically going to just be get within 10 feet of, or
Within 5 feet, yeah.
within 5 feet of him, yeah. And yeah, I'm gonna dash. I'm gonna get within 5 feet of him, and you'll hear the spirit just hiss. Impressive size, biggest coward I've ever seen. And try to provoke him to duke it out with me as I'm healing my wounds with a smile.
Ah, that's so cool. And Brian's got one thing in mind. Just gonna kill this. Yeah.
That's
just
the way.
Here we go.
So-
Here we go. If this is how it ends, this is how it ends. But this is how it's gonna end for you. Boom! Eldritch Blast. And let's roll them all. There's a 19 to hit,
Yep, that hits.
17 to hit.
That misses.
Okay, I'll take that back.
Oh, you have a
How about
D4 on all your attacks.
I think it's damage, right? Am I crazy?
Leadership. I thought it was attack rolls and saves.
It
That was
just
my
says-
recollection. Kind of blessed.
Attack roll and save. Yes. Attack roll and save. Yep.
17 plus something.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, and how about a nat 20?
Yes. That also hits.
Ooh.
Glorious.
That fallen star beast again?
Yes.
Star beast.
That dice is money.
Mm.
Okay, so that is a whole lot of tens.
We only ever made 2 of that set too.
I love it. I love it for this character.
The other one rolls only nat ones.
Yeah,
She got the good one.
The balance.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere out there.
Okay,
so
so the
Damn,
two normal ones
Conflux
would hit.
bullshit.
That's nice. Okay, that's 8, 12 plus 10, so that's 22 on the 2 non-crits, and then on the crit, we don't double the. All right, 8. We don't double. So 16, 5, so then 21.
Nice.
21 on the third hit, because the
How much damage total?
agonizing blast doesn't double.
No, yeah.
How much damage total was it?
Oh, that's a great question. I rerolled the same dice.
I literally was not even listening to the damage you were doing. I was just
Okay,
waiting for a
no
total.
worries. It was, well, there we go. That's 5 and a 7. That's 12 and 10. So it's 22 plus. Well, that almost feels like cheating because I got a 10 on that. That's okay. Plus 20 plus 30. So
cool.
52, right? 30, 22.
Yeah, I was doing the math
Okay.
while you were saying it. So yeah. Cool. Okay.
Got
Great.
it. I'll pay attention better. Okay, that's great. Hey, how'd that feel? Are you feeling toasty? Yeah. I'd like to barbecue you. And then from a movement standpoint, if there is anything I can see to take cover behind, is there anything that I can see to take cover behind?
From where you are, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, because you guys are just kind of in the middle of the. There's not they.
Chasing around the middle.
Yeah,
Next
the
turn we might be able to use
pews.
the throne.
Yeah, the pews that would be in a cathedral have all been burned for firewood, kind of thing. There's nothing here really.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just kind of in a brawl with a 14-foot
Right.
tall.
We're
dog.
blasting him, and we can't even see him right now, can we? Do we have visibility on him?
You can't know. No,
Okay.
you have no idea where he is.
Got it. Fortunately, Eldritch Blast don't care.
Okay. And then we go to Elias.
And then for my turn, I'm casting Comet Shards at 3rd level. I'm going to deal 44 points of force damage to him. As just this cloud of fluttering paper just lights up this deep purple, just kind of rimmed with like scintillating octarine, and just one burst of energy after another goes out in every direction and then converges all on him.
Sick.
Yeah, 44 points of damage.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Solid ring shit right there.
Yeah, great hit.
And Drexel.
Drexel, where did he go? There he is. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, and then he just has his bow. And this is disadvantage, right? Because they can't see him at all.
If Drexel has blind sight far enough to see the Lord of the Feast, and Lord of the Feast doesn't have blind sight far enough to see him, then yeah, he's got advantage.
Okay. Yeah, no.
But
Well,
yeah.
no, disadvantage is what I'm asking, because you're in the fog cloud and he can't see out of the fog cloud.
Oh, he's got blind sight though, or is his blind sight not far enough?
His blind sight's only 10, so he can't
So
see
it's
outside.
advantage and disadvantage canceling out, right? Because the Lord of the Feast knows exactly where he is, but he's
Yeah.
not like seeing the attack coming.
I see. Okay, cool. Okay, great. Garbage.
And
Okay.
I think the arrangement now is we're kind of strung out, and I'm sort of at the back with Ryan like ahead of me, and I don't know where Drexel is, but
he's
Erasmus
probably
is
in front
as
of
far as like all the way up.
Great. Yeah, so you see in front of you, Ryan, because some of you could, well, actually most of you could see this because you all have blind sight. You see Elias kind of kneel down and take 4 individual shots, and you only hear a yelp on one of the shots after the firing.
That's with his D4 too.
Yeah. It was a bunch of terrible rolls. Which is
Oh,
fine. We'll shake him out in the long range fight. That's fine. Okay, great. So that is everybody's turn. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, and each of you moved 30 feet. You said.
I moved.
Except
You
for,
moved 40. Yeah.
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 Or
You.
no, I dashed.
Oh, okay.
All the way up to him.
I'm a little further back. I'm like maybe 20 feet up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I stayed back too. If there wasn't any place to take cover.
Remember, there's a bunch of people coming from behind us.
Oh
Yeah, so
shit!
that's what I was curious
yes.
about.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to stay
Okay.
between them and you if I can.
Yeah. So that's what I was curious about.
All right, moving on up.
I think even with that movement, they can move 30. Yeah, they'll be able to get to you. Okay.
Oh yeah, because we were right with them, and then we moved, and then they'll be able to move again.
Yeah, it's still all a disadvantage, but they're coming in hot. Okay, and that actually puts it at 4 total groups near you.
Very cool.
So you hear, because you can't really see that far, the other groups start to wake up and see what's going on and start to kind of yell in what you recognize as language you don't speak, in kind of a guttural thing, and a bunch of movement happening. Safe to say, the other group that you incapacitated woke up. They're coming for the fog cloud. They don't know what's in it, but they're going in anyway. And then you feel the large contingent that was kind of chasing you down move with you and move into the group. So I'm going to do... let's do it this way. Because I'm trying to keep it as random as I possibly can. There's 3. Okay, let's do this. Let me roll.
And I think Felix is the closest to them. Like the
Yeah.
first figure they're gonna see in the fog.
Yeah, so the idea is that they're kind of just swarming this fog cloud. And so
Gotcha.
I'm going to roll, because there's 4 groups coming in, I'm going to roll 4d6. And then I'm going to give you each a third, because Erasmus is gone. Erasmus is not in the fog cloud. And so they're all rushing into the fog cloud. So there's only 3 of you in there, but I'm going to roll to kind of keep it random, because that's kind of how they operate. So I'm going to say Ryan first, third, Thales middle, and Elias last.
Very good.
Cool. Puts it Ryan.
Come at me, bro.
They all converse on Elias except for one group. That is so funny. That's hilarious, actually. Great.
He doesn't think it's funny.
Oh, he's fine.
Oh, good. Okay.
He lives for this kind of stuff, so he's
more
into
helpful than
it.
all of us, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank God.
Probably not enough to deal with this many dudes, though.
We'll find out. Okay, so they are converging on you, Ryan, and they are swinging wildly, so they do not have disadvantage because they are absolutely reckless in this moment. But because they're reckless, you could get advantage on them. It cancels out. So kind of their vibe.
Still got 1 mirror image up. Come on, baby.
Vortex coming in hot. And what's your AC again? 15? Okay, great. Okay, so 2 out of those. Let's see what we got.
Come on, baby. Come on.
All right. So one of them you see as you're kind of moving through this fog. It's almost like you're stumble stepping forward as you're kind of trying to keep up with this Lord of the Feast. You turn again. Another one. Your mirror image. One of the axes kind of flies through the face of it, and you go, "Thanks." And the next one, you look to your side at your other mirror image, and I'm trying to keep this kind of hilarious. It's like a whole bunch of Ryans kind of stumbling through this fog, and it stumbles. And as it stumbles, the axe goes over its head and goes and smacks you in the side for 14 slashing damage. As you take that right in the side, as one of your mirror images kind of stumbles and looks at you and goes, "Damn it, my job!" Okay.
Yeah, it's the budget cuts.
Hey.
Boom, boom.
Okay. And there is one other group of these that are going to attack Drexel. Only one of them hits, which is nice. And they only hit him for 5. So he's fine. The other 2 groups, though, are a little bit different. So you hear them pat in. They're the hounds. And they're all just going to kind of do this. No, I'm going to have one group do this. Okay. One of the groups is going to attack Drexel. Where'd he go? I keep losing his his stat.
Don't abandon us.
I keep losing his page. Okay. That's 2 got through. Okay, and then this. Okay. So you hear, Elias just fighting off, a whole bunch of hounds, a whole bunch of these essentially berserkers that are going in, just wildly swinging. As you can kind of hear, each of you can see him because he's not very far from you, but he's fighting off like 4 of these berserkers, 4 hounds at the same time. That each of you don't really see the 3 that have run it behind you. I'm pretty sure it's 3. Is it 3? It is 3. And each of them go to breathe out fire. They kind of stop at the edge of the cone and forwarding. Everyone to make me a dex save. I will roll Elias's. He's fine.
21.
Okay.
Nope.
What'd you get, Felice?
That is an 18 plus 2 for a 20.
Glorious. All right. Okay. So each of you take 11 fire damage.
Okay. Concentration. Yeah, I'm actually going to absorb elements that. Get it down
Okay.
to 5.
Great.
Take a look around. She is not doing well. She is not doing well. Another hit, and you guys have to be cleaning her up.
Can we see you?
I mean, Felice can.
Bailey's can, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she will not take another hit.
Blind sense, missing pieces.
And let's see. There's one more.
Got a health potion, but that's not going to make a difference.
And Erasmus, how's the Lord of the Feast doing?
I
Basically.
haven't done his
Yeah.
stuff yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm about to let you know.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what to do with this guy. Let's see.
Oh, the cleric who's got a bunch of spells that probably require sight.
That is exactly what's happening, and that's kind of my problem. Is like he has random stuff that he can do, but it's spicy stuff. So we're just gonna do it. Let's see. The only thing I think.
Oh, and Bailey did succeed on the concentration check for Fog Cloud.
Glorious. Okay, I assume so because you didn't tell me that it failed. So it was my assumption. Okay. This is sorry. Boop, boop, boop. Sorry, I'm looking up a whole bunch of these spells because I don't have them all. Of course. Okay. So I think as you're kind of moving through, you're kind of fighting blind in this spot a bit. The kind of large blue glaive floats up behind you. Felix is going to take a swing.
All right. Disadvantage. Because it's not a creature, it's the cleric still making the attack.
No, 100%. I just want to make sure it could move as far as that, but you didn't move up to 30 feet.
No,
right?
yeah.
You moved,
Like
20,
I'm
15.
definitely in range. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Okay, that definitely hits. It's not a lot of damage, but it's some.
Good rolls.
Yeah,
And you know, that's
17.
that's another concentration check.
Oh wait, shit. Hold on. Okay, what's your AC again?
18.
18. Okay, it missed. Sorry, I forgot it was disadvantage. Yeah, it rolled a
cool.
16 on the second one, but it rolled a 21 on the first one, so I assumed that it hit it.
Thank you, Chitin.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, great. Awesome. So that one doesn't hit you, but you do hear. I'm trying to see. Great. Okay. You hear, more footfalls as you're running up, and then more light kind of springs up around as the cleric rushes into the fog cloud with what appears to be spirits that are small versions of the Lord of the Feast, encircling him as he rushes in.
I love that. Was he close enough to make it close to me?
So he managed to I don't think so. I think they're right outside because he moved 30 feet.
Yeah, because he wasn't he wasn't making melee attacks against us when we were in the first
yeah.
position, and then we moved.
And you moved, and he's kind of going that way. So I'll say it's like 10 feet away from you.
Oh, that's why I just kind of sense this like weight of mad.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, as it kind of approaches you. But yeah, so that exists. That's a thing that's coming, and very fun. Great. And great. So while all of that is going on, Erasmus, yeah, he's just gonna do it. I think this is the way. This will be sick. Okay.
Man got a fireball or something?
No, it's a little bit more interesting, I think.
Ooh, what's he got going?
It's he. Oh God. Okay. All right. I formally hereby apologize for what is about to happen, but it's cool.
Make it happen.
So I'm gonna do it. Instead of running, like you have been chasing this creature, right? It has been kind of running, trying to stay, as far away from you as possible. As all this stuff is happening, you're hearing the combat, you're hearing Ryan's cries, you're hearing Elias' cries in the fog cloud behind you, Rasmus. He stands to his full height in front of you. He's like what, 5-10 feet away from you. This is a 14-foot large creature, and he rears his head back and he roars. You know, in your soul, that people across Drakkenheim have heard this. The approaching army just heard this scream. Right? Everyone in Drakkenheim just heard this, and you feel all the hair, not only on your body, but you feel the tension bowstring-like with all the Garmir, and they rush forward, which means that the cleric runs forward, which means that every creature in the fog cloud runs forward, and they're all going to take attacks on the closest person. I'm going to repeat all of the attacks on the same people.
It's one attack each, or is it a full attack action?
It is one attack each.
I don't think any of them have multi-attack.
None of them have multi-attacks. So it's all of their attacks again. That, to be fair, it's not all of them because there are still some that are not in the fight, but all the ones that just attacked are attacking again.
Okay.
That's a big effect.
Yeah.
I hear that. I feel that, and
okay.
Yeah,
So
Bailey's, you're the closest. Take my bag.
I've used my reaction already.
Take my bag. Don't
Okay.
leave my bag here.
Let's see. And this is at
You
advantage.
got the one guy left.
And they
Gonna
are
save it.
still. Let's see. Yup. Well, okay, no. So here's a good question, and I'm asking this for clarification. And it's a difference between all of them getting a reckless advantage or just normal straight rolls.
Reckless. If you use
It's
it on
their
your turn, it
turn
lasts
only.
until the beginning of your next turn.
It's the whole round.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was hoping it wasn't.
I mean, if it's the barbarian trait, it could be a
It's-
different monster trait with the same name.
It says reckless is what it says.
So
And it says
like,
turn during that turn, which I'm
if
assuming
it
is...
says during the turn, it means during the turn, not the round.
All right.
If the class feature lasts the round, but if the
okay.
monster doesn't,
Okay. So
it
it's the
says
turn. It's the turn. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. Awesome. Whew. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check because I was like, I actually might kill people straight. I don't.
Right. I'm like,
Shit.
we
I
leave?
still might do.
Remind me
that.
when
Okay.
we leave again.
All right. We're gonna do Elias first, and these are just all straight rolls. Okay, hit 2. That's 16 slashing. Okay.
Oh no, I dropped concentration on that. Never mind. I was thinking of the protection from good and evil from earlier.
Yeah,
but that's-
that was
for the
that was
dogs,
yeah.
but that's not relevant here.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Elias's. The dogs. One of the groups of dogs, the ones that did the fire, are gonna just attack you, Phalius, because they were behind you.
Cool.
It's 3. And I'm sorry, what's your AC again?
18.
18. Okay. So 1 hit, 1 crit.
This whole time I haven't
We're
thrown
gonna.
a single
Oh,
attack.
they don't have disadvantage, right? Because the pack tactics.
Right. Those are just straight rolls.
Right. These are the dogs. Right.
Yeah. Oh, so they do get advantage. Oh, okay.
Well, no, they have disadvantage from being blinded. But just like.
Well, yeah, but the roll also gives them advantage.
Well, yeah, I mean, but double advantage is still disadvantage. So it's like the best anyone can do is a straight roll.
Yeah, advantage and disadvantage.
Everyone has disadvantage.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But they
I see
also
what
all
you're
have
saying.
advantage,
Yes,
so it's
yes,
straight
yes.
rolls. Reckless
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Like
Absolutely.
pack tactics doesn't matter. Everybody has straight rolls.
Great. Okay. I just want to, I was confused at what you were saying, and then it made perfect sense. Okay. Let me roll the crit first. Which is 8. Um, 21, and you have resistance against fire, right?
I have resistance to fire damage. Yeah.
Okay, great. So that is 13 fire damage. So have that to, let's say, 6.
6. Yeah.
And then I roll here. I think it was a 6 piercing damage for one of them, and then you got hit by a separate one, but it wasn't a crit.
Okay.
So it is 7 piercing and 4 fire, and that's already been halved. So 4 fire.
Ooh.
Okay, and now I'm gonna roll. Yeah, go ahead and roll your concentration. I'm gonna roll the
Good on both
again on Elias. 2 of them hit, not crits. 16, 18, 34. Not looking great. Okay, and now, Ryan, it is your turn. See, I'm saving that best for last to build up that tension. We're going 4 hits on you. We're going to see how this goes. Let's rock and roll. Ready? And what is your AC again? You said, is it 15?
It is.
Okay. Only 2 hit.
I would like to use Lucky to try and make only 1 hit.
Okay. Which one would you like me to re-roll? The 19 or the 10?
10.
The 10? Okay. That was a higher roll.
All right.
So
Well, that's all I can
that was
do.
a solid defense there. Where did they go? Okay, so 2. That is 19 damage to you, slashing damage to you, Ryan.
And is there more?
No, you're good. That was it.
Okay. I don't know who can see what's going on, but as
Everyone around you can see apart from.
Okay, fair enough. She takes those hits, and as she is starting to drop, she says to whoever's closest, which I think is Bailey's, keep protecting Ghost. Kill that son of a bitch and take my bag with you. Because it's got all our gold and everything in it.
That was it. That's the only reason. It's just got all the gold. Yeah.
And she drops.
Okay.
Kill that son of a bitch.
Okay.
Protect Ghost. Kill that son of a bitch.
All right, and we keep
Tell
it.
me.
We keep it rocking and rolling.
Go.
Let's get it. All right.
So was that the Lord of the Feast's action or
legendary
action?
Legendary action. So now it's Lord of the Feast's turn. And after the howl and the clatter that happens behind you in the fog cloud, Erasmus, The Lord of Thieves looks down with like
Look, we're eye to eye. I'm large.
Yeah. Like a taunting look. And honestly, let's see. Oh no. Yeah. He pulls out his bow again, and even in melee range, just kind of sets it on your chest.
Okay.
And is gonna roll.
He's poisoned. I don't know if that changes his plan.
Because his that gives disadvantage, right?
Yeah, he's got disadvantage either way, so might as well use his cool.
He might have a feat or something.
He does not have disadvantage. Yeah.
Oh, he's not poisoned.
Well, he is poisoned, so that's the only disadvantage piece. But he doesn't
normally. He's not disadvantaged in melee range,
right? Okay, which is why he has the ego of like I'm not, you know.
So thankfully he has disadvantage, but I don't know if that'll help.
And he is going to.
Your AC is not bad.
He's going to do all of them. Let's see. And what's your AC again? I'm sorry, 16?
16.
Okay. Okay, so that one is in fact a 16. That one is 18s. That one misses. Okay. I was like, oh my god, really? That one was a 15. Okay. Wow, he just decided to roll really well. Okay.
On that shot, I will catch the arrow. On the one that he's putting it against my chest, I'll grab it.
Okay, sick. So yeah, as he does that, you see it's the one that has the chain on it. And he lets it loose and it just kind of goes like doing, and you just hold it. And then as you're holding it, he quickly pulls out the other two and does it right above it and just and these are the ones that are tipped with the purple contamination, like the delirium, and then one that has like a blue, almost magical spell to it. And they're both gonna hit you. Let me do some mathematical. That's 11 piercing. And 25 necrotic. And I need a con save.
I am resistant necrotic and immune to disease.
Sick, okay.
So
well, this isn't disease.
Necrotic. Okay, but I will still take only 10 necrotic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I need a con save for me.
I am definitely going to use a lucky to try and get better than that. And I got... I worry it's definitely not enough. I don't know what the effect is. God damn it. It's this moment where I'm like, oh, do I need to use lucky here or another time? You know what? I'll just, I have a 12 con save. Hopefully that this effect isn't super debilitating.
A 12, you got a 12.
Yep.
Okay. So you get 1 point of contamination.
Yep.
Okay, and then the other one, go ahead and make another a dex save for me as well.
Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna use my last. No, I'll wait for a crit. All right, I fail with a 3.
A 3. Okay. Okay, so you take 10 piercing and you are restrained.
Okay.
And I'm checking this real quick. Okay. And he is going to use his movement to step out. You do get an AO on this one because it is not his legendary action.
Okay.
First attack.
First attack this fight. Holy shit. That is an 18 to hit.
That hits.
Let's see. Is there like a rule to forego damage to grab a hold? Is that a thing?
I don't think
just
so.
Like, damn.
I will say though that Yeah, not really.
Okay. All right. In that case, it's just.
Well, let's go ahead and roll an attack roll.
Okay.
And you rolled an 18, so you hit. Because you hit, let's roll opposed strength rolls as like kind of a grapple check to forego any damage. But you won't grapple him. You're just going to keep him there if you succeed.
Okay. All right.
So what would this be? Athletics, probably? Opposed athletics? Let's get
Yeah.
All right, what'd you get? You got a 20.
You got a 20. I think I got. Oh wait, 18. Do I get my D4 on this? Or
With
no?
legendary or leadership?
The leadership thing. I don't know what it applies
Well,
to.
so it's to attacks and skill checks, and it's a special attack roll.
Well, it's a saving throw.
It is a skill. But it's attacks and saving throws, right?
Yeah. So he already hit with the attack, and then it was a saving. It's on a saving throw. So if it was skill check, it would absolutely apply. But
okay.
Because it's not, it doesn't.
Let me double check to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Like in this shape, something happens. In this.
Is your poison damage retaliation? Is that melee attacks or is that attacks from creatures within 5 feet?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's actually a great question.
Melee.
Yeah, because you said it was
like
kind
a
of like
blood splash thing. I know the troll acid thing, or the troll poison blood thing on the venom troll triggers on ranged attacks, even if you're close.
It is noxious blood, melee attack. I don't think there's anything to do unless I want to spend my last lucky, which. If there was ever a time, it would be now. Even though I rolled pretty well.
I mean, like this could be a fully out of the fight kind of restraint, or skip another turn kind of restraint.
Oh, he has disadvantage because he's poisoned.
Oh, he is poisoned. Disadvantage.
Oh, for his skill check. Oh, sick. Okay, let's get it.
So mine's an 18.
Yours an 18. Okay, so he rolled a 17. Nice. Yeah, the poison coming in clutch, dude.
I was like, what the fuck is this poison for?
That gives him another turn of poison too.
Yeah.
Yep. Sick.
Right,
okay,
so
so you're not grappling him, but
Yeah.
you have prevented him from moving away.
Yeah.
So he is staying in melee. So he gets another round of poison.
Cool. Does that come around to us?
It does come around to you. I also wanted to be cognizant of time, so we want to wrap up there because it is now your turn.
I want to get like more than one attack. This
you want to do it? Okay.
So bad.
All right,
Now
let's
that
get
I
it.
have him.
I'm pulling out a delirium crystal straight down to Ryan.
Well, so
Laurie.
I think Elias grabs your hand and steps up to Laurie and immediately does cure wounds on her first to kind of get her up, so you can make a different decision. If you choose to do it anyway, we just need to get her standing and quickly cast cure wounds.
I can maybe do you might be a better use with a blade in hand.
Offensive versus.
No offense, I think I'm better at this than you.
Fair, and let's go of your hand.
I'm gonna do corrupted cure at 2nd level, and I'm going to heal Ryan for provided Laurie consents to a point of corruption on Ryan. 39 points of healing.
Sick. You're muted.
Corrupt me all day, baby.
You are still needed. The Lord of the Feast yet breathes. And I'm going to lift to your feet and moving with the fog cloud, rush towards the Lord of the Feast, where he has ceased his retreat, and we can finally meet with him.
Yeah.
And you can get close enough to get advantage on him, because you only get advantage against him in that little 10-foot window.
So.
Because he knows exactly where she is, but he doesn't see the attacks coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the only way she gets advantage is if she can see him and he can't see her. And the only place that happens is when she's exactly 10 feet away from him.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
That's funny.
So.
That's funny.
I think Brian's dead because of the last moment. So I'm now going to finally use rage.
Yeah.
Has the crackling golden, like it's gonna be like a female version of Brawly from DBZ, the old school shit, where just the hair is like going up and crackling, and it's just female Thor, full god of thunder and lightning, but just radiant energy. And I am going to just try to smash. Come on, please give me a crit. Come on. I'll take a hit, hopefully. I don't have advantage, right? I can't keep track of all the
I don't think so.
Do you have one level of barbarian or two?
One. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering if the positioning was that. Okay, so 22 to hit.
22 hits.
And that is going to be that is 15 points of damage.
Sick.
Oh no, sorry. Plus rage, so 17. First time adding that.
17,
so
17 total. Okay, sick.
17 total, yeah. So extra 2.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna use a lucky here. My last one. Erase that because this is the last roll of my night, and I need it to hit. Okay, come on, crit. Same roll, you son of a bitch. 13.
Did you add your D4?
Oh, okay.
I mean, it will.
If I roll 4, it's 17. Yeah. So, yeah, nope. That is it for me.
Yeah.
Damn.
Could Melancholia take the help action and give him an advantage on that last roll?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
All right. I'm putting that conflicts shit dice. So wait, no, I'm kidding. Because I'm rolling. All right.
Put away that falling star beast die that I keep rolling ones on.
Okay, so hold on. That is 19.
19. Yes.
19 to hit. Okay. Come on, roll high. And 2. Almost minimum damage. But I'll do that first. So that's 13 damage.
13.
And then I have to see. I have some ability here that I might be able to use. How bad is he looking?
He's looking pretty beat up. One of the things you notice as you start to kind of look at how he's doing is that wounds that were open are starting to close.
Okay. This might be the only time I get to lay a hand on him, so I'm going to go ahead and use...
lay on hands. Great idea.
That'd be nice.
Well, he's chaotic evil, so who knows? It might actually hurt him.
I'm going to sacrifice my last spell slot to do a smite effect. So I get to roll 3d8 force damage.
Let's get it. That's
as
awesome.
I don't think I'll ever get another chance at this. It's very apparent I'm being outmaneuvered and I'm restrained.
He just has a lot of movement stuff. His whole shtick is like staying away from people, which is kind of wild.
Well below average with 8 on 3d8.
That's
every bit counts.
Every bit counts. So that's my last hurrah. I am out of lucky, out of spell slots, and let's see. Yep, that's it. Our 1 rage left, but that doesn't really matter. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Melancholia. I appreciate you.
You know what I forgot to do? Did I roll the Chaplain Spirit Guardians?
He never got into melee with anybody. He never got close enough to use it.
With the roar, he ran in again because he moved half his speed. It's fine. It's not.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, we'll do it later. Not a problem.
All right, so that's me. You guys, do you, Ran? Fire and kill him just like you wanted.
Right. So I'm obviously not going to drop an AOE because you're on top of him. So I'm a one-trick pony, and let's see how that trick does.
But
You
you'll
should have
advantage.
advantage on all these,
Really?
and add a D4 to each one.
But
Excellent.
Get those crits.
So I'm like, you know what? Down but not out. People take
on.
care of each other. Now, that's a 17 to hit.
Nope.
With the
And you
D4?
that's
Okay.
you added the D4 on that, right?
Shit. Nope.
Yeah. That
17
hits.
plus D4. Okay.
So
So that's one hit. That's 18.
that hits.
2 18s actually. Okay, so that's the second one. Let's do number 3. That is a 12 plus 8, a 20.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is all 3. So now we do this.
Oh, come on.
Let's roll them fast. Come on, buddy.
Big numbers. Big numbers.
Make sure it's a 10 and not an 8 because that's annoying. Okay, so. Okay, no, that's great. It's a 10 and 8 and a 6. So that is 24. And let's add 15 to that. 34. So 39 as she's just pissed and blasted. Look, if we're going to die, we're at least going to make him know we were here.
Absolutely. I love that.
Yeah. So as you're kind of blasting him, he's kind of singeing off some of his hair. You hit him in the face once, and quite frankly, half the skin on his face just gets burned away. So he's just got this like null skull, like just starting to bleed. And he roars back at you, still defiantly alive.
Yeah. You know
despite
what?
it all.
God, I can't wait to taste you. Not in a weird way.
And Drexel?
Oh, yes, and Drexel. Yeah, I think he's gonna do the same thing everybody's doing. He's just gonna longbow him. Let's get it. I guess he could move.
He can get to melee.
Yeah, he could move. Yeah, let's.
Does he want advantage by being 10 feet out?
I don't.
Oh
think
yeah,
gets
he's got
advantage.
he's got blind sight too. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh
he
yeah,
can do
yeah.
advantage
Okay, let's
longbow.
do advantage longbow. Yeah.
We can get a crit.
Crit.
What is his plus 7? What?
I'm sorry, Isaac, but Melancholia will be poisoned beginning of next turn.
Okay, so let's see. We'll do 2 hits.
How dare you?
Annoying.
I should have left you to die.
And we get a crit on that. Let's get it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna roll the crit first.
Get it.
So 10. That. Then he hit twice more. Got another 10. Okay. His longbow's not great. Honestly, he probably should have just done melee. That's okay though. Okay, so he got 20 piercings. Quickly shoots through the remainder of the fog cloud, and starts to pelt the Lord of the Feast.
We almost did like 100 damage together, right? Like just now, this one round.
Yeah. He's got he's a big old sponge. He's looking really terrible, but still alive, but looking terrible. He also has every round of healing.
Stay where he is, or does he close to melee?
He stays where he is.
Okay.
At least for now. It looks like he's not impressed with the damage he's been doing with the longbow. So if he can get into melee with the next ones, that's his game plan.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of just straight up undoes his bow and puts it on his back. He's like, all right, now it's time. And he pulls his sword out. He's like, that wasn't what I wanted. Okay, is that everyone else's turn?
Yep.
Yeah.
Phalis,
yeah.
have you gone?
I got Ryan back up. I am in melee with the Lord of the Hunt now.
Oh, okay. So you have moved up to melee. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So where is everybody as it stands right now? So obviously Erasmus melee, Phalis melee.
10 feet of the other two characters, specifically Ryan and
Elias.
Drexel. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm kind of on the close side of between the Lord of the Hunt and all of the guys coming up behind us.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my This is so intense.
Let's call it there for tonight.
Oh.
We'll wrap it next time. We can keep going if you want, but it's
I want to keep going
you
just so
wanna
I
keep
can go to
going?
bed knowing if I need to make a new character. Or not.
it's up
Yeah,
to
you don't want to TPK at the beginning of the session.
It's true.
Yeah,
I'm
say
good.
hurt
And
us.
And it's not as though resolution is kill all the guys. Resolution is just one of us dies or the Lord of the Hunt dies.
It's that.
I think one turn is gonna resolve it.
Make that decision.
One turn decides it.
Okay.
I'm good
Everybody
going
game?
on.
All right, let's rock and roll it then. Okay, cool. All right, and then we move into the big block O peoples. Yeah, you know, we're gonna make this round one of the big ones. We're gonna do it again, and we're gonna get weird with the big round, and we're just gonna kind of make this the last round, good or ill.
Another big howl.
Let's rock and roll it.
Let's do it.
So everybody now crowds into the fog cloud. They're all close enough that they're all there. At this point, it's that last Halo mission, right? Where literally the objective is survive. That's the moment that you're in. Everyone is in melee. Everyone's here. Everything hurts, which means that we are gonna do. I'm gonna roll a d4 for every group. Whatever because again, you're in the fog cloud, right? So like, you know, it's totally they're not even thinking about it. It's totally random.
They can tell which of us is the Lord of the Hunt, and that's about all the discerning.
That's
they're
about
doing.
it, exactly.
Yeah.
They might attack each other in the fog.
I think they should.
I think that's something we don't need to resolve with mechanics, but they're definitely attacking each other somewhere out there in a way that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, so the way that I'm gonna do this, there's 4 of you. I'm gonna roll d4 for every group. I'm gonna assign numbers. Ran, you are 1. Erasmus, you are 2. Phalys, you are 3. Elias is 4.
Okay.
We're gonna roll them all out. We're gonna see how this rock and rolls, and then we're gonna do it from there. Do I not have any more d4s in this? That's so
This
funny.
is awesome.
Let's see, how many groups do I have? I have a lot of groups. 8 groups. Okay. All right.
Why is it hard to breathe?
I know. I feel you.
This is a mess.
Okay, luckily we got 2 on Elias, 1 on Phalys, and 1 on Erasmus.
Oh, yes.
So let's resolve those first.
You guys gonna be okay? All
and then we'll move to the
That's
next
almost
next
ideal.
section. Okay, Erasmus, we're gonna do you first.
AC 16.
AC 16. We're gonna do these here. Let me find my little stat blocks. Great, and then because they are reckless, it's just flat rolls.
Yep.
Okay. So.
Man.
Don't drop Phalys.
Oh
I've seen
man,
how
and they miss
them heal.
everything.
Yes.
The one person who spits blood that hurts people.
I know. Yeah. Okay.
I'm okay.
Phalys. We're gonna do. You are gonna get. Yeah, you're gonna get these. These are the smaller groups though, which is nice. These only have 3 a piece in them, but you're gonna get a Hounds group and a Berserker group.
Do it.
What's your AC again?
18.
18. Okay, so one of them hits you barely.
All right.
For the Berserkers, which deals 9 slashing damage.
Okay.
And the Hounds miss you entirely.
Love it.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
And concentration maintains.
Glorious. Okay, and then the other 2, these are on Elias. 1 hits. 2 hits. Okay, that is 7. And then 9, 19. All right. Cool. So that is the first half of those. We're gonna do the other half now.
Everybody look. Good look.
One of these is the chaplain, which means Ryan and Phalese, you are both going to get hit by spiritual guardians. I'm rolling for both spiritual weapon and the melee when I roll chaplain.
Would you do you want to roll that now or at the beginning of our turn?
What does the spell say?
It's normally you save it when you start your turn in the area or you enter it for the first time on fifth edition doesn't or like pre-2024 5th edition doesn't really have a when the spell moves over you trigger. And so
is
like,
it just start of your turn in the 2024
it'd be start of our turn to be
let's do that.
like,
We've been hearing to a lot of the rules, so let's do that.
Okay.
Just to kind of get used to it, see how it feels. So we'll do that. So at the start of your turn, if you two are still in that space, you will take that damage. Okay, so with that we have okay, so 2 Phalese and 2 Erasmus.
Okay.
Well, and actually, let me roll the chaplain specifically because he actually cannot get to melee with Erasmus. So.
Oh, nice.
Ryan, if you survive this turn, something I would note. So they all crowded in all the groups crowded in the fog cloud. Yeah. The radius of the fog cloud is exactly the radius of your delirium blast.
And we'll get the hell out of the fog cloud.
Well, if Phalese is dead, you might have difficulty getting out of the fog cloud because there's an attack opportunity if they can see you.
Yep. Okay, so we got 1 on Ryan, which is the chaplain, 1 on Erasmus, 2 on Phalese.
Yeah.
That's the final shakeout. So let's do Ryan first for the chaplain because it's simple. Because it is just going to be the spiritual weapon and then a spear attack, and the spear attack's totally irrelevant.
I pull your body out of first before I drop it.
And what's your AC again? You said 15?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the spiritual weapon hits you, which is going to be D8 plus 4? D8 plus...
A disappointing amount of damage.
3. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so 7 total damage from the spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Missed with the spear, though. So,
hell
we're good on that. So you're set.
Okay.
Move that over there.
With me.
I'm going to do Erasmus first.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Let's do... And these have... Yeah, my monitor's still there. I wonder if my cable's going bad. It could be. Okay, yeah, Erasmus, I'm gonna do a hounds on you there, bud. What's your AC? 16?
16.
Okay, so one of them hit you.
All right.
Which is 9 piercing.
All right, it's halved because I'm raging.
And 4 fire.
That is not halved.
Sweet. Okay, and then we go to.
Oh, and
Phalese.
it takes
Yes.
8 damage.
8 damage times 3. So 24.
Hell yeah.
Great. Okay.
So 20. Yeah.
All right. So now we move to the final 2, which is a berserker group and a hounds group. I'm assuming those are 2 hits because they are over 18. One of them is a crit.
I'm going to disappear to the space between worlds once more
Okay.
and risk the ire of the being there.
Okay.
Or the awareness there.
Oh, hopefully we're giving them a good show.
Right?
Well, then I think because that was one group, the other hounds group will go for Ryan because it didn't roll yet.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that
Sure.
That makes sense.
Because it was on the first attack, you moved after that with your reaction, and
Yeah,
it's
the
got
other one
to
would not
attack
go
stuff.
over there.
Yeah.
Well, actually, would they know he's there or not? Because of the fog?
There's some time weirdness going on. I don't think we need to get super gritty with it.
Yeah. The logic is like
Turn-based combat's weird.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was the turn. His reaction. There's one turn after that. So.
All good.
And it's just a chunk of them, so I'm just kind of like going from the top to the bottom. Occasionally, I move the chaplain around because he's just annoying, so I just kind of shift him around. Okay, so I'm gonna hit you with some hounds. We're gonna see how this goes. Ooh, uh-oh.
Mirror image still around, yeah?
You have one mirror image left.
I'll take it.
And 2 hit you, so I roll this one here. Glorious. We love to see that. So takes one of the hits for you. As you're in the midst of this, again, melee, you kind of stumble back and you see one of your mirror image kind of like go to like kind of grab you and prevent you from falling, and it just goes by one of the hounds. And you're like, crap, and then you see the other hound kind of come from the mist on the side of you. Going to get 7 piercing and 7 fire damage as it bites into your shoulder, and you feel the flames kind of start to lick on your shoulder and burn that side. Okay.
I usually like dogs.
Lord of the Feast now?
Yep, it is again standing in melee.
Yep. And
Rears
poison.
back one more time for another howl. We're doing it again. Let's rock and roll.
Fuck.
Oh, I thought the second half was the howl attacks.
Nope, that was the whole, because there's 8 groups. There's 8 total groups apart from Lord of the Feast.
We can just keep doing this.
Yeah, it's his legendary action. His whole thing is movement. He's a health sponge, and that's why he howls with such a big group. It's wild. Like, this guy is, you are fighting a no joke level monster.
He's laughing at us right now.
Yeah, he is.
He's
hyena
not.
laughing.
He is scared. Like, he is
Okay.
not a happy camper right now.
That is some
He is not
consolation.
looking.
Yeah, he really thought that, very reasonably, that having 30 dudes that each get to take 2 turns every round would have, like, resolved this faster.
Yeah. The fact that half his face is melted off, he's impaled with a bunch of arrows, and he's now going toe-to-toe with a saint is not a good day for him. He's like, I literally just came back from a hunt. I don't want to be doing this right now.
Is it believable that he, in this desperation, would see me as the biggest threat and command as many of them to go for me as possible?
Yes, but
Like,
there's a
help,
fog
help,
cloud.
help.
Right, so
Get
there's
this thing out of
a,
my face.
there's a fog cloud. That's kind of the thing, is that they don't know their heads from their tails, which is why I'm rolling the D4.
Okay.
Which is exactly my logic, is because
He's just an abyssal shouting, kill him, kill everybody.
yeah, it's exactly what's happening.
Kill
It's
each other. I don't
total
care.
panic. They're just like, just kill him, and they're just just through this fog cloud, right? So it's just absolute pandemonium going on.
Oh my god.
So I'm gonna roll this round.
Okay.
Then we're gonna go to the space between, and then we're gonna go back to his turn.
Okay, and then we get our attacks if we're alive.
Yeah, well, so exactly, because then I would like Phalese to have this moment while all this other stuff is going on, which could be really devastating, be in this not necessarily serene, but not physically mayhem moment.
Yeah.
So let's rock and roll it again. We're gonna do it from the top. The problem is that they all have advantage. The problem is they all had disadvantage before. So now it's all flat rolls yet again. So we're gonna do the same exact thing, except we're gonna roll D6s this time and have them. So the assignment is, what's up?
Is Melancholia a valid target for randomness?
No. I actually made a promise to myself that I would never target Melancholia.
Oh, that's sweet.
In this, as a valid target, even though you
I respect
can
that.
bring her
I
back.
respect that.
I think there's no
So,
universe on attack a familiar.
I think Bond of Honor is, it's out of line to attack a pet that isn't being involved in combat. I have been having Melancholia take the help action. I wouldn't call that a low blow, but that would hurt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you had been using Melancholia
I can
more,
bring her back, but not really.
Yeah, if you've been using Melancholia more, I'd probably call that a fair fight. But you've used her total in the campaign twice, so like, to me that's not like a combat swing thing that she has done. All right, roll the first ones. The assignments are 1 Erasmus, so you're gonna get 1 and 2. Ryan is 3 and 4. Elias is 5 and 6. Oh man, Elias is tanking it. He got 3 out of the 4, with Ryan getting the second or the last one. He's literally doing his job.
Ryan's like, fuck.
Like, nobody wants to attack me.
Yeah, I know, it's so funny. I'm literally rolling this. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. And
Half of these guys would be dead if they were hitting me.
Right?
Oh man.
Well,
Okay.
we can't lose Drexel either.
Okay. So
Well,
the
at
first
this point,
3
let's see what happens.
are gonna go. Oh, that's not great. Okay, all of those hit. Yeah, all of those hit. Oh, that sucks. 3. Whoops, that's a bad roll. 5. 8. 6. Okay. All right, and Elias just gets jumped on. And axe is swinging everywhere. You see him kind of take a couple shots. He kind of leans over and he kind of coughs blood under the ground and kind of comes back up with his sword, saying, "Is that all you got?" We're gonna do another group on him. This one they all miss. Glorious. So he's ting, ting, ting. For the Von Kessels, and actually is going to, because I have been juggling far too much, and I apologize for that, is going to actually make a weapon attack, knowing, yeah, part of the problem. Can he see Erasmus or no?
He's got blind sight.
He's got
And
blind
they're both
sight,
in
so
melee.
And they're 10 feet.
both-
Great. Okay,
He's
so he
melee,
can't
yeah.
see it. Great. So he it's pretty funny actually. You see Erasmus as you look behind you and you just hear this melee going on in this. It's very Looney Tunes, right? In this fog cloud. You see a hand stick out and says, "You hit that creature." Go ahead and roll that with advantage as a reaction, and add 10 to it.
Oh,
Like
shit.
10 damage to it.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. 21 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
What the fuck? Minimum damage. You
Ugh.
Oh well. So that's 21 damage with the plus 10.
21 damage. Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, and then we go back to his turn.
Are fired.
And he's gonna... Oof. Okay, he's gonna take another hit here. This one ain't so bad. It's the fire damage that gets you, really. 4... 8... Okay, he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. Okay, and then one on Rayanne. And this is a group of berserkers. Let's get it. Flat rolls.
Do your best.
Okay. One hits you.
What life are you at?
And it hits you for, honestly, not that much, minimum damage of 4. 4
Are you
slashing.
alive?
Yes.
Oh
Oh, yeah.
my
Oh, I'm still over 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Double digits. What an
Glorious.
awful team.
Okay. We go again. Let's get it.
Uh-huh.
Same order. So
Mhm.
Erasmus 1 and 2,
Yeah.
Brian 3 and 4,
Oh,
and Elias 5 and 6. There you go, Erasmus. There's some ones for you. 2 ones.
Okay.
So 2 on you, 2 on Elias.
Oh, there
Glorious.
we go.
All right.
There we go.
come on, Drexel.
You're getting promoted, Drexel.
Oh,
Can't get promoted
okay.
anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So when one of those was the chaplain, so they can all move when the hell happens. So the chaplain's going to move up and do spiritual weapon on Elias, as well as the spear. and then now everybody is affected by Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
So with the exception of Thales, because Thales has to come back on his turn, so he actually will not be hit by Spirit Guardians. So.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do this. So you get the first two, which is Hounds and Berserkers. We're going to do the Berserkers first.
Okay.
And sorry, I keep asking this because I keep forgetting. Your AC is 16?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so 2 hit you.
Okay.
Man, their damage just fell off of a cliff. That is 10 total damage.
Oh, how much is it? Because I have.
It's all slashing.
Okay.
Slashing
Okay,
damage.
so I take half of 10. So, and then they're taking an 8 poison.
8 times 4,
However,
which is
each one's taking
36? 30,
So
32.
24. Times 3.
Yeah.
Times 4.
30,
Oh, 4.
32.
Yeah,
Okay.
32.
And now we're going to do the Hounds, which that's not great for you. That sucks. Okay, we got a crit and we got 2 hits. So 3 total hits with a crit in there.
Oh no, I might not make it.
I don't have anything to stop that.
I thought we would have brought him down.
Okay, let's see.
We were so close to greatness.
I mean,
Okay, so 13 plus 6, 19 piercing.
Okay.
And
so
that's
half
for
of
2 attacks, so half
9.
attacks.
Okay.
And then the fire damage is 3. So.
Oh my god, I'm still
Oh,
alive.
sorry. That was on one of them, which is 7, so 10 total fire damage.
I'm at 1.
Okay.
I'm at 1.
The crit is coming though.
Oh shit, I was so stoked.
So, I do not think that I can get double your health down. So,
Yeah, I'm just unconscious then.
yeah, we'll just make you unconscious. And it is just 1 hit, so you are just in death saves at this point.
Yep.
Okay. And then we do the ones for Elias, which is the Hellhounds, and then the Chaplain. 1 hit from the Hellhound, which is 11, 20 total damage. Wow, Elias is terrible. Okay, that's the Hounds. Going back to the Chaplain. Chaplain is going to roll to hit with the spiritual weapon and his spear on Elias. Crits with the spiritual weapon, which still isn't that much damage. 17 damage.
Is this part of the reaction or their turn?
This is the legendary action of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And then his turn is up. Okay. So, that is everybody's stuff. That is the end of the round. So now we go to the top, which takes us to the Lord of the Feast stuff. But before we do that, we're going to go to Thales.
Yep.
Thales. So you entered into the World Between Worlds, and there's not even a moment of respite for you. You pop in, and immediately you are filled with that presence in your mind. And now you actually look up into the sky because your eyes don't roll back in your head. You just kind of like, oh, it just feels weird. There's no like pain, right? It just feels weird. And you look up, and the sky starts to fill with like eyeballs, like eyes looking down on you from the sky. And the same question kind of appears in your mind of why are you here? But it seems more urgent now, more angry.
I think they see a recognition that I am an intruder in their space, but a certain degree of defiance, like Thales understands that he has wronged these entities, but but he isn't going to stop.
Great.
And it's not quite an apology. It is just a recognition of grievance.
And I think at that realization, I don't think there could have been a better answer, right? It's like, because when you are like a being that is powerful, huge, like kind of unknowable in its own way, in a lot of ways the correct answer is like, I know you're probably bothered that I'm here, but like, you don't care about me. I cannot be bothered to care about you in your feelings. I am busy, right? Like that's, and I think there's the
I'll be gone soon.
Yeah.
If you want to do something about it, do something about it.
Yeah. And I think there's that level of defiance that this being is fascinated by. Like, obviously there's no threat. You're no threat to this being, but I think, you know, the kind of feeling in your mind starts to ebb out. It doesn't fully go away, but it starts to kind of tickle in the back of your mind a little bit, as opposed to being oppressive. Is now like a, you know, who are you, small being, to speak to me in such a way, but not in an angry way. It's more like a, who are you, little being, to speak to me in such an interesting, fascinating way.
I don't think any of that is like thoughts that Thales is putting forward. I think Thales is just allowing this thing access to his mind.
Yeah.
And I think this being is going to comprehend whatever it is capable of comprehending of Thales' mind, and it will be baffled by whatever it is baffled by.
Yeah. And then we go back, we're going to jump back to the material plane here. We're going to come to the top of the Lord of the Feast turn. And yeah, I think it's gonna happen. I think there's only two of you up. I think it's gonna happen. All right. How do I want to do this one? Okay. All right, Rand. He's gonna shoot an arrow in your direction. Having seen Erasmus fall at his feet, quite frankly, no, he didn't do anything. Erasmus just got bullied and fell over by his cadre of annoyance. But Lord of the Feast takes the wins that he can take, right? So he's gonna step over the unconscious body, and load another contamination arrow up, and it's gonna take a shot at you, and pulls back, and there's this pause as he kind of aims, because he can, he knows exactly where you are, and then Melancholia jumps on his arm and he goes, and the arrow goes flying into the air, totally whiffs it. He rolled a nat 1 on that shot.
Love that cat.
That's cool.
And he throws Melancholia back into the fog cloud. Off his arm, Melancolia's like, peace, deuces, and just into the fog cloud.
That's my girl.
Deuces.
And is actually going to do two more shots, but only one more at you. Is going to, let's do Elias first. That definitely hits.
Stop hitting it.
I'm imagining like the Cats of Drakkenheim YouTube compilation, and it's just like crazy, horrifying things, but cats just surviving, like barely, like like a classic YouTube
attacking harpies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine it's all like just like harpies videoing, harpies filming each other, like doing like skate tricks or something, and like a Drakkenheim puma falls out like off a skyscraper, like the BBC Jaguar, and
yeah.
All right. And Rayan, your AC, you said is 15?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you see with blind sight now in his 14 feet of rage and glory and anger. The Lord of the Feast turns, like knocks another arrow, but then turns it from you at Elias and shoots, and it's the one with the blue tip. Strikes him in the shoulder, and he drops to the ground, and you see that he seems to be restrained there. He seems to be like the heavy weight that's been put on him, so he can no longer move. Turns back to you and knocks another arrow with the chain on it. And you don't even see him fire. You just feel the as it hits you in the chest. I need a strength save from you.
Do ya? It's a nat 20 for a total of 22.
Sick. So you take nine piercing.
Great.
Okay. And you see him hit, and then puts the what? Are you down?
No, I didn't realize how. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. You see him kind of lower his bow and pick the chain up and kind of wrap it around his arm, again, and then pull, thinking he has enough purchase to yank you, and you just feel the arrow go as it rips out of your chest and clatters, and he looks at you and winds it around and puts it back in his little quiver. And he's not happy now. He's pissed. Great. So that brings us to the end of his turn. So now, first things first, Erasmus, I need a death save from you. You will die if you do not make this. You are in Spirit Guardians. You need
Spirit
to
Guardians
make
is going to make him fail 1, right?
It's 2 because it's attack, right?
It's not an attack roll.
So you're right. Okay,
a
great.
melee attack automatically crits. A crit gives you 2 fails. Right?
Glorious. Okay.
So theoretically, a ranged crit would make you fail 2, but the ranged aren't automatically crits, and saving throws just are always 1.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome. So you do have 1 death save from the Spiritual Guardians, but I need
don't roll a 1.
Justice. Yeah, don't roll a 1.
They add the D4 to it. It's a save.
It is a save.
If I
Worth a shot.
can.
Yeah, death saves are saves.
Because of that, I pass.
Oh my god.
Glorious.
That was scary.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so
Wisdom saves?
yes, I need wisdom saves from Elias and Rayanne.
And then I auto fail.
Oh.
Yes, which is where you take the damage.
Yep.
I'm about to drop.
Oh no.
Yeah.
This would have been so cool for you, Laurie,
Oh,
to get.
wait. Hold on.
What?
Hold on. Let's add a D4. Should we add a D4 to
It's
it?
half damage though.
13 to 4. It's still good. It's not going to be enough anyway. It's a 19.
Well, this guy doesn't have that high of an DC.
19. Yeah, his DC is not
No,
high
but
at all. That's
half damage is
half
too much.
damage. The half damage. Is the
That's
problem.
gonna be too much.
How much are you at? You're 5.
That might be okay.
It might be
Yeah.
okay.
If he rolls low,
If
It might
average
be
is
alright.
like
average
8,
is 6. Average is going to be 6 here.
For 3d8.
Yeah, 6.5 is going to be the average for half damage. So like,
Let's see. Oh no, 8 damage.
okay.
that's what I said. I was like, it's gonna be 8.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
So. Okay. Elias also saved, so he took 8 damage as well. So that brings us to Erasmus is down in death saves. Ryan down in death saves. Elias restrained. Phalles, what would you like to do as you pop back in? Are you popping back in? Are you waiting?
I'm popping back in. I don't get to choose. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm popping back in. I'm gonna do another 2nd level corrupted cure on Ryan.
Okay.
And so that's going to be.
Well, yeah, depending on the turn order, Isaac and then whoever he heals.
Oh,
We've been choosing our turn order, right?
wow, that's very good. Okay. 51 points of healing to you.
Nice.
And remember, your maximum is increased by 10, so you probably take a lot of that.
If you get res, do you get your turn back right away?
like if we're in group initiative usually.
Okay.
Yeah. So like saving throws happen at the beginning. Or death saves happen at the beginning of your turn.
But she was downed this turn.
Yeah. But
Yes.
so yeah, because the more or less the way group initiative is working is we're all taking turns, but kind of in sequence, and we're kind of getting to pick the sequence a little bit, right?
Right.
But like
okay.
beginning a turn things are all still triggering at the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, up to you.
Yeah.
Oh no,
because
I'm. Yeah, you guys are picking it. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Ryan, you need to kill him right now. I am
Need a bonus action potion? Is that what we do? I can't remember.
That's what.
Bonus action gets you part of the effect, gets you the lesser effect of the potion. And you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna drink a potion.
So could I? Okay, so here's what Ryan would do.
I can't give it to you, Erasmus, because you got it's an action to feed to somebody.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, so Rye wants to run, screaming towards the son of a bitch, blasting, and as a bonus action, give Ghost a potion.
It's an action to give it to somebody.
It's an action to give it to somebody.
But I'm gonna grab Erasmus and drag him out. Every one of these enemies is within a 40-foot diameter right now.
Brilliant. Okay.
And so I'm dragging Erasmus out.
I will say, you're absolutely right. The problem with dragging Erasmus out is that he is in melee.
He is in melee, but the fog cloud is blinding everybody.
Except for one guy.
Who would definitely get AOs. The Lord of the Feast.
Lord of the Feast gets his AO.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot to be in. Elias is also here. He's just restrained.
Yeah, I'll just drag him around the Lord of the Feast.
Stay within reach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So still within reach, but on the periphery.
Okay. There we go.
So now we're cleared.
Now we are as good as we're gonna get.
Danger close. Broken arrow. Drop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
Elias Drexel was in melee when he got restrained, right?
He was not. He's about 10 feet away.
Okay.
So he's within the fog cloud that you had before, but now that you've...
So he's restrained, and he's got the advantage-disadvantage thing now.
Yeah.
All right.
But you know what's great about Elias Drexel?
Yeah? He's got cure wounds?
No, but he can just choose to save a saving throw.
Oh, nice.
So he
does. Very cool.
He'll still take half.
It's all right.
No. He saves the saving throw on the restraint thing, I assume, to get his full turn.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Like that's what you're talking about.
Well, so also, but her saving throw for the 40 foot one, if she was worried about killing him.
Well,
yeah, but that's still a lot of damage. But
yeah, we can do the turn order so that he gets his turn and then Ryan drops the bomb.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever works. I mean, you could just drop the bomb. He'll be fine. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's totally fine. He actually just healed.
Okay.
I'm thinking about it.
Can he heal me?
No, he heals himself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, he's so cool.
Yeah, he's sick.
All right. So.
Oh wait, I have potions on me though.
Perfect. So we're now in a place where, this is nothing but pure insanity. I was screaming, running toward Ghost. I see him get pulled out. Everything's okay. Nuh-uh, let's do this again. And I don't know that I still have an arrow in me, but I got plenty. But there's plenty of delirium around.
So you've gained 2 or 3 points of delirium this battle.
One with the hit and 1 from healing.
Go ahead. Let's make this a fun one. Let's go ahead because he shot one into the sky. It's not like there's a sky. There's a ceiling, right?
Right.
Go ahead and roll me.
If you want to gain less healing, you can gain 1 fewer contamination points. Because like that 55 healing can be instead 29. If you can gain 29 and skip that next contamination point.
Because if I take a third contamination
Oh,
point,
it'll have your damage. No, that's 4.
Yes, I think it's 4. Yeah.
Who needs health anyway?
But yeah,
I'm
okay.
curious.
So 29 healing instead.
But you need to use you're asking about like a contamination shard, like a delirium shard, right? Do you have any on you?
yes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to, I thought that's what you were asking. Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh no,
beautiful.
I was just looking for flavor. I'm like, I want to pick up one of his arrows.
Yeah, so I
and
was
use it
gonna have you like roll like a investigation, like a really simple investigation check to like root around and see if you can find that arrow, just for fun. But you got some in your bag. Nah, you're fine.
All right, perfect. So quick, pull that out of the bag, fumble it, look at it, like, this is not how this is going to end, you son of a bitch. Blows it at him, and the delirium blast all around everything there, and everybody in there gets to enjoy an intelligence save of 16.
Okay.
16 or 18. Hold on, what is it? 16. 16.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the damage. And tell me how much the damage is total for all of this.
Let's do this again. No, hey. Okay, 8. And 8 is 16, 17, 18. That's 19. And 6. And 5 is 11, 12, 13, and 15. So 9, 10, 4. So 34 damage.
34 total damage?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. I am not going to roll for any of the monsters. They're going to instant fail, but he's going to use his legendary resistance to half the damage.
Cool.
Right? Mainly because I don't want to roll all those damn die. Because it's 40 or 34 damage per creature, it's going to be 34 times whatever that group's number is.
Yeah.
Right? I will do that math in a second. I'm less worried about them. I'm more worried about him.
I think this is the most enemies that has ever been hit with
for the most
a
damage.
Fireball equivalent.
Yeah. We're going to do that math in a second to see the
We haven't killed any of them. It's still like
it's
all
everybody.
24 of them.
It's
plus.
absurd.
It is pandemonium in this fog cloud.
Time to simplify.
I feel like we're all just screaming at this point.
Oh, it's everything's loud, everything's. But I think. Okay.
Incapacitated.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he'll be stuck shooting us instead of using his give everybody an extra round ability.
Ryan,
Just fucking die.
What is your melee attack bonus?
6, I believe.
Okay.
Uh, 6. Yeah, melee is 6.
6. Okay. So the explosion goes off, and it illuminates for the first time, I think, your entire situation in very, very, very stark reality. Elias, he is nearly dead. He is, by a thread, he is fighting tooth and goddamn nail. Every inch of this. He is operating purely off of defense. He is on his back foot. He's on his back heel. He's on everything. He's rocking and rolling the best he can. You see Erasmus on the ground, out. Phaley's dragging him, trying to dodge the like wild swings of the Lord of the Feast, and then you see the actual horde in the fog cloud beside you, and you light all of them up in this silent array of explosion. And I think the moment is not lost on you until you just get angry. You are just pure rage. The implosion happens. It's silent, except it starts to tear flesh from everything around you. And you see the Lord of the Feast standing in front of you on legs of bone, just standing there, angry. And Elias looks up from where he is. Again, he got hit with the full thing. I did not roll the saving damage for him. He has, not even kidding, 10 health. He is just coughing blood, and he looks up at you and he says, finish it. I need you to move to the Lord of the Feast. I need you to roll me a melee attack. You need to roll higher than a 10.
Well, you have advantage. Right?
And you have advantage.
Okay. You guys have been doing this. You guys have
I
been
know
doing
she's already
great.
got advantage, but can Melancholia help?
What do I get? Triple advantage?
Doesn't do anything.
He's sick.
Okay, thanks for advantage, because that's a 3 and an 18.
An 18. So you look down as you hear Elias just with what seems to feel like his very last breath. It's not. He's still there, but he's restrained. He cannot move. He looks up at you and he says, finish it. And you look down in your hand and it's your chef's knife.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Nice.
I
need you to describe me what this looks like for you.
It suddenly feels like everything's going in slow motion, which is counterintuitive because it is the opposite of that. She doesn't even look for the chef's knife because she knows exactly where it is. And this isn't one that she's been using for a while. This is one that was in the box that she found at her house, at her parents' restaurant. And she just pulls this up and she feels slow motion. She sees a slideshow of her family, of growing up, of losing them, of going back to the house and the restaurant and seeing the graffiti and the anger is bubbling up. And this is an actual physical target of everything that she's been through. And she would like nothing more than to gut this son of a bitch, crotch to neck, just as hot. Well, okay, he's taller than I am, but yeah, it's not a stab, it's a slice. She wants to see his guts coming out of him. She just, every piece of fiber. And if this is where she dies, this is where she dies. But let's go. Bam! Rips it up.
I think you're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Dang, sorry, I was tippy typing on my couch there. As you rush forward with this chef's knife, everything again, like you were saying, is in slow motion. You know, there's this kind of light, disparate. You see Phaley struggling to pull Erasmus. You see Elias do like a little nod and then put his fist back down as he's like trying to kind of regain himself. You know, some of the garments are still flying backwards from the implosion, right? As you rush forward, and this being at this point is half skeletal. You have blown most of its flesh off, and you, from as high as, you know, from basically where you are right here is hip, and you just all the way up. And I think for a minute as you do that, there is a concern of like, I wonder what happens if this blood is caustic, but it feels like a celebration. You don't care. You stand amongst this butchery, this sheer mayhem and pandemonium of this moment, and know that no matter what happens from here, you set out to achieve a goal, and you have achieved it. And so I think there's a sensation of rest that you have achieved what you assumed would be the unachievable, and put in your own mind the memory of your family to rest. But now I think what comes rushing after that as this starts to fall around you and the corpse of the Lord of the Feast collapses next to you, is this: now I have with my family set to peace, I am now with this group in Drakkenheim with no rudder forward, except for the two in front of And Phalles, you look up as the Lord of the Feast kind of hits the ground, and Rand is just covered in everything, right? Like almost pure red black with the dark blood that was inside the Lord of the Feast. Immediately Elias kind of stands up and turns back into the fog cloud, but you just hear terrified screams, and you see them all scatter as they start to just run whatever direction is away from what just happened. They panic, and they all start to sprint away. You see that their number has been quelled to about a quarter. There's not many of them left. There's maybe 4, 5 that start sprinting away. And you are essentially left in this space with the fog clouds still there. Elias kind of standing up and starting to kind of shake himself and recover, but a quiet kind of settles back into this cathedral as all of the remainder of the Garmir flee as their lord has fallen. And quite frankly, most of their people that they were with are dead.
Laurie, go for it.
Oh no, I'm waiting for an opportunity to, first thing snapping out of it, and getting a potion to Erasmus. Unless somebody stops me before I do. Yeah.
As you're doing that, Phalles is going to drop the fog cloud at long last. At last, it's just going to kind of collapse and spread over the floor. And he's going to climb up onto the fallen throne and shout at the fleeing Garmir, "There is one Lord of the Feast!"
Sick. And I think Elias walks over, and as you go to pour a potion in Erasmus, he taps you on the shoulder, casts Cure Wounds instead, and then actually pulls out a badge from a necklace, and he places it around your neck, Erasmus, as you kind of choke back into life. And you, from this point forward, also get 10 pip points. Actually, everybody does from using this badge. But he, as you're waking up, he kind of tucks it into your thing. So you now have this badge. You'd have to look at it to figure out what it is, but he has tucked it for now inside your thing.
Did we?
Ghost, we did it. Ghost, we did it. He's dead. That was. So it's quiet. There are no more threats. I want to go over to the damn corpse. And
got a fire going.
Right. Well, hey, tasty. I want to take a look and see what he had on him. Next to no chance, but she's got a little key. He's looking to see if perhaps there's
a chastity belt.
Perhaps did he take something
Unfinished Sudoku
from the restaurant? Right. I mean, just seeing if there happens to be anything on there, and presumably not.
Okay, sorry, I was reading a thing.
Oh no, it's fine.
Quite frankly, not really.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Lord of the Feast, and I think you get a lot of information about him just by looking at what he was wearing. Is that he is skilled and powerful based on his butchery, his savagery, his size, and his relative skill, but he doesn't seem to collect any trophies. He basically just wears like whatever leather, yeah, and then carries a huge bow, but it's not a good bow. Like it's the only reason it hits as hard as it does is because of all of the like random arrows, and they're just kind of put together. But it's like a giant bow, so it hits you like a bus, because it's massive. Like you wouldn't be able to use this bow. It's too strong. It's too heavy for you.
Got it. So even the arrows. Want the tips of the arrows, perhaps?
Do we want to resolve this part? I know it's just really late for Charm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m.
Yeah, so we'll resolve this stuff later. There's 2 important things that we're gonna cover here, and then we can end. One, one of the creatures killed in the blast was the chaplain. The chaplain dropped the necklace that it was wearing.
Oh yeah.
It is still burning in the container, which means that it never went out even by falling or any of the combat that was happening.
Okay.
The other thing is the badge that you got. Do you want to investigate that now or later?
Oh, now for sure.
Now? Okay. Then we'll do both. I'm going to describe both to you because they are both kind of in the same, cut from the same cloth, so to speak. What you have been given is called the Lord Commander's Badge. It is a seal of Drakkenheim.
Oh.
Yes, I'm collecting these like Pokemon.
Lord Commander Elias Drexel has given this to you. You can... It actually has an ability where you can yell in combat. It gives, within 300 yards, up to 12 allies 20 temp hit points.
Oh my god.
While the temp hit points remain, those allies gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws. It can't be used again until dawn the next day.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Hey, look, there's a reason that they give us stuff like this. So
The
just-
thing
Yeah.
on the ground, it does require attunement as well, just as a heads up.
Mhm. And you can only be attuned to one of the seals, right?
Yeah, one at a time.
Okay.
The other one, as you pick up, you realize, you are not a paladin, correct? Or a cleric.
Me?
Right.
No.
You realize that you cannot use this yet. Like, you're going to have to figure out some way to use this. But
Well, I know someone can.
Yeah, you pick it up and you look at it. You're holding St. Vitruvio's phylactery. It is another seal of Drakkenheim.
Holy shit, we've got 3 of the 6 seals.
The burning amulet.
Yeah.
Oh shit, maybe.
Oh.
Damn.
What do you put in that phylactery?
Himself. He's got, so it has some stuff you have to attune to it, but you can use an action to cast one of the following spells from the phylactery: Bless, Death Ward, Restoration, Prayer of Healing, or Revivify. They use your spellcasting ability and spell save DC. Once it has been used to cast a spell, it can't be used to cast that spell again until the next dawn, which means you can cast all of them every
Once per day. Oh my god.
I think you're halfway to getting your dragon.
It is also a relic of St. Vitruvio, which that puts you at, how many? 2 out of the 5.
3, right? Steward seal, Lord
Well,
Commander's badge.
It's a different thing.
and
So
Saint
the
Vitruvio.
relics of St. Vitruvio are a separate thing.
Oh, okay.
The Steward Seal, you have 3 of those. I think you have 3 of the 7.
Oh, right, 'cause they overlap, right?
Okay, yeah, that's
They
right.
overlap. Yeah,
Is the phylactery one of the seals?
it is. Yes.
Okay, so we have 3 seals, and each can only one person can attune to them.
Mhm.
So none of the things can be attuned by apothecary.
Well, you can attune to anything. This one is very specific in who can attune to it.
Right.
So Bard, Cleric, Druid, and Paladin.
Okay.
Valid.
Could I go for that paladin one?
Of course.
Please. That's
Go.
if there was a way to ceremoniously put it around your neck, I would. But right now, I'm surrounded by death and pain.
Hey,
I'm sorry. Does Phalese have a context for what phylactery means within magic?
I
Does
think loosely.
Does it just mean a magic box, or does it mean something more specific?
I think.
Like-
Because like D&D phylactery is one thing,
This is
and then
definitely
like
religious
phylactery in
phylactery.
general is like a magic box that something goes inside.
Oh, there goes John. Hold on.
he didn't mean for that.
Man's corpse dimension
Okay.
door out, right?
back.
So that was at least a plan that could have worked.
One of our internet's dropped, so I
But
just on.
Brian would have been dead, and
Yeah, that was absolutely glorious. Excellent job, everybody. That was a no
Awesome.
joke level fight.
My God.
And we
I-
will end it there, and
Yes.
we will we'll meet back up next time. Everybody can stew on that one. So we'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you so much.